Okay, so I actually managed to figure out how to make the production schedule work in the morning. I'm gonna have to look at it a little bit more. Getting up in the morning, I knew what I wanted to make a short about this morning. I need to figure out how my peers are able to produce so much content. But the big part is I think a lot of my peers make a lot of content that isn't very good. Not trying to be insulting to my peers, but I have access to a website called Nexus Clips, where I can take a piece of content, I can throw it on there, and it automatically makes the clips for me. I don't mind using it occasionally because it does occasionally find some good clippable material. The problem is I spent the couple of weeks I was on vacation and driving, because 16-hour drive, you get a lot of time to think about things. I think one of the largest problems about my content is my content doesn't lend itself to be chopped down to a short form. My content is not designed, has never been designed to be in a 3-minute bite. It's always been designed to be comprehensive and exhaustive. That's not to say that I can't explain things simply. I can explain something simply if that's what I'm going for. But I'm generally not trying to chop down topics on my live stream into little bites like that. That's not the goal. That's not the that's not where we're trying to get to. So I'm gonna have to spend a little bit more time thinking about how to piece things together so that I can be more relevant. Because right now, short form content is the only real relevant growth mechanism. If you weren't already established, which I kind of am, I'm not exactly established, but I'm not established. You're kind of in the boat of you need to be running short form content. And again, my content doesn't really lend itself to short form content. With that said, I'm very, very happy with the piece of content that I made this morning. I'm happy with the piece I made yesterday. I know a lot of people, they view everything of, do I get hundreds of thousands of views? I talk to an awful lot of small content creators that don't understand. Very, very, very few people who start off as a content creator are going to start off to this wide reception of tens of thousands of views. There are some people that are innately, just to quote Triple H, that damn good. But that's the rarity. The majority of people are going to start and they're going to make 50 videos and they're going to get, between the 50 videos, maybe 5,000 views. And then after that, they're going to sit down and look at, oh, what do I have to do here? I'm really bad at self-marketing. It actually, I'm not going to say what the person said about me yesterday bothered me, because it didn't really bother me, because I could give a shit. But the person's like, you have an ego. If I had an ego, I would be self-promoting the shit out of myself. I just show up. And if other people show up, great. If other people don't show up, also great. I'm okay with kicking topics around with a group of 20 people, because I don't have to be the guy that changes the world. Maybe I'm the guy that talks to the guy that changes the world, and that would be fine as well. Your classes start on August 25th. You've completed 100% of the coursework for one of them and about 80% of the way through the other. Yeah, that's the problem with college. That's the ultimate waste with college. Too much college work is just nonsensical bullshit that you don't really need to even be doing. I'm adamantly against the idea that on day one of the college semester you can be done with all of the work, which for me happened a lot as well. A lot of the times with my classes, because we got the syllabi like 2 weeks before class started, I would be done with all the reading, done with all the work, had written the paper. And it was great when you were trying to take more than 5 classes at a time. We were on a bell curve. We were on a testing center for the first, I think, 2 semesters. We were still on a straight bell curve, which was great if you knew how to break the curve. Bell curves aren't exactly great if you're not a great student, because you're not competing against the material. You're competing against the other students, which can hurt you. But I always found that it was a waste. A motivated person get through college quickly. I did learn quite a bit of syntax for Python in the first one, and the second one is really informative in writing. Yeah, the problem is you didn't really need the class. You didn't really need the class, which is ultimately my problem with it. You needed the material, because if you haven't sat down with the professor one time, heard the professor talk one time, you didn't need the class. It's why I say to people, like, MIT often puts up free classes. If you need to learn something, go to see which classes MIT currently has available for free and learn that material, because they make all the material available. That's where my big problem with this big push to college is. We're not teaching people that they can get the equivalent of a college education by going to the library. I mean, and I tell people this all the time, if you have an interest in something, go to your local library. 9 times out of 10, your local library is going to have a really good librarian, because now you got to be careful that you're not talking to one of the librarian assistants. There's nothing wrong with those people, but you want to make sure that you're talking to the librarian, because unless things have changed, and of course in 20 years things could have changed, to have the title librarian, you have to have a master's degree in library sciences. Everybody else just works at the library. They're not a librarian. Reminds me of the movie The Mummy, where she's like, I am a librarian. Well, yeah, you are. And if you have the degree, then you know what you're doing. Librarians love to help people. 9 times out of 10, you get the one that's there for the paycheck, but they love to help. Like, you tell the librarian what you're working on, and the librarian will pull you like 1 or 2 things. And if you're respectful and polite and you're actually interested, you go to the library every day, you tell the librarian that you're still working on that project, they'll start pulling you material from other libraries, like really good stuff. They'll pull you like media articles. You tell them exactly what you need help with. They will go to town, because then they get to log all that, like, we helped a patron with this, give us more money. I loved going to the library when I was in college. I went to both the university library and the local library. The librarian at my university loved me. She was great. She drank Diet Coke. And I would go in and I would tell her what my paper was on, and then I'd be like, I'm gonna run and go get you a Diet Coke. By the time I got back, I had a usual desk in the back of the stacks. I would just go there, and the stuff that I needed would be on my usual desk at the back of the stacks. And it was great. It was awesome. I couldn't have made it through college without the librarian. But so many people don't know the value of their local library, which is a shame, because you're paying for it. Your tax money already goes to it. It's there. So, like, it's great that you're getting the degree or the piece of paper or the pedigree, but if you've already done 100% of the work in one class and 80% of the work in another class, classes haven't even started yet, shit, I'd want my money back. Unless you're going to get the piece of paper, then you need the piece of paper. Which is why we've got this big thing, this big hubbub right now with school debt. And I'm working on a long form piece of content right now about that, but school debt is a big thing right now. I really don't like that we have convinced kids that they need to go to college. But it shocks me even more. Kids are getting to college and they're learning in their 100 level classes that which they should have learned in their senior level classes in high school. It's like the high schools can't be effective anymore, so they're pushing the workload further and further down, or further and further up the educational scale. And just looking at some bits and pieces lately, I'm really starting to understand why millennials, neo-millennials are so upset. Because, yeah, the job opportunities suck for you guys. My daughter is Gen Alpha. She's out there now in the world, and she's trying to make ends meet. She can't make ends meet because there's just no opportunities. And unfortunately, one of the things I say all the time is people are responsible for their own problems, both directly and indirectly. Part of the problems I'm seeing is servers complained about, and I'll use servers because servers one of those things where I have the experience, I've done it. It was not a huge deal in the past, hey, what's up, Magistone, to have 12 tables at Denny's. I mean, Denny's isn't exactly amazing fine dining, fine cuisine, but it was not unheard of to have 12 tables at Denny's simultaneously. It also wasn't out of the realm of, occurring where you would have 24 tables and they'd all be in a various state of needing to be bussed, ready to be sat, ordered, meal on the way. But now, and when I say Denny's, you go to Denny's, the average Denny's is either 3 sections or 4 sections. So there's usually 3 or 4 servers at a Denny's, depending if they're seating section 1. Now, I know some of the Denny's have changed in their design, but generally the person seating had section 1, which was the countertop and usually those 3 or 5 booths shoved up there at the bar, the bar stools. That's obviously not a bar. And then you'd have sometimes 3 other sections in the Denny's, but you wouldn't seat people in section 4 if section 4 wasn't being used. But when you got busy, you sat it. Now, people are complaining because they have like 4 tables. Oh my God, 4 tables is so much work. What? 4 tables is a lot of work? What are we on? I don't get it. So I'm gonna try to start addressing some of those issues in TikToks and then long form content. I'm feeling pretty good. I got my first shot 2 days ago. Got my first shot on Tuesday to try to normalize some of my levels. Yeah, when you were at Denny's, you had 12 tables, and depending on the Denny's, you had the capacity to have six tops. Like, it was like six tops in the back. If you were in 3, you had those 2 like 8 tops, those circle booths, and the standard Denny's. But Denny's is an American food chain. Yeah, it's generally considered a breakfast food place, or a late night place. Yeah, I won't disagree with that. It is one of the worst. It is one of the worst chains in America. We're not gonna fight you on that one. But it was a great place to make money. It wasn't that hard, and it wasn't uncommon for me to walk out. I could walk out of Denny's every night with $200, and this was 20 years ago. It was not unheard of for me to make $4,000 to $5,000 a month at Denny's. Now, part of we're in like this death spiral. One of the things I've noticed is that people don't like to tip anymore. People don't like to tip because the service is bad, but the service is bad because people are making $8, $10, $12 an hour as a server because nobody's tipping. Yeah, that's not completely inaccurate, unfortunately. We had a really good cook. We had a really good cook at Denny's. The problem is with Denny's, once the cooks get any amount of experience, you're constantly having turnover in your cooks, because once they have enough experience that they can work in a kitchen, they generally start to go to jobs that pay a little bit better. So you run into the problem of you can't keep decent workers. Which is always a terrible side effect. I also noticed that people, it's impacting video gaming. I didn't notice this. I didn't notice how much video gaming is being impacted by this change in how people want to spend their time. I'm working on an Arcade Chronicles video. If you're familiar with my new website, I wrote an Arcade Chronicles article. I'm trying to, what my new production schedule looks like is I want to write articles. And then after I'm done with the article, I'll produce a video that goes with it. But I wrote the article, and then there was an interview that Massively OP did, as well as a Steam article came out from the producer of Arcade Chronicles. And what we got out of that was they're focusing on the single player experience, but they've also decided that it's not going to be an MMORPG. It's going to be a single player game with multiplayer content. And at first I was like, what the shit is this, right? And as I read it, it really made a lot of sense. What he was talking about was focusing on like the 30-minute play sessions. Like, do you remember when you were an MMORPG player? And you'll either admit this or you won't admit this. If you were a diehard MMORPG player, you dedicated days, plural, of the week, time slots, plural, of the week, where you knew you were playing video games. It wasn't a question, it wasn't a debate. Appreciate that. It wasn't a question, it wasn't a debate, there wasn't any confusion. You were going to dedicate a block of time to a raid, to to clearing new content, to grinding. Like, I don't know about you guys, I used to be the asshole in the guild that made all the pots. Like, I made the goodie bags. I was an officer. I hate when people don't show up with pots, scrolls, enchants, all that. I used to just walk down, everybody lined up. I walked down the line, and I gave them their goodie bag, and they just gave me gold. Don't worry about farming anything except gold. Don't worry about gathering the stuff. I make it at cost. This week's cost is 425 gold. Cough up the 425 gold. I will give you your goodie bag. At the end of the raid, whatever you have left is yours to keep because you paid for it. Let's just do it this way. It's going to be faster. That way people's like, oh, I forgot to bring magic defense pots. No, you didn't. I handed them to you. I don't have time for you to think. I don't have any time for you to think. I just need you to do this. And it worked. And now people are talking about they want to be able to play video games but only have 30 minutes a day. Well, this is where game designers, and I'm gonna take a shit on Starry Studios here in a minute. I'm working up to it. But this is where game designers have forgotten, make a game for a subsection of the total audience. And make a good game for that subsection of that total audience. And once you do that, once you make that game for that subsection, stay loyal to that subsection. Once Human is all the fuck over the place right now. They don't know who their target audience is. And because they don't know who their target audience is, they're losing their audience. They wanted to make a PvP game in the beginning, but some changes in Chinese law, are that you can't make PvP games the way you want to make them, because you can't have non-consensual PvP unless your game is primarily designed so that it's understood that it's all non-consensual PvP. So like, you can still make a MOBA, you can still make a battle royale, you can still make a shooter, because that game is designed, the game is understood that there's only going to be that content. But what you can't do is have, for example, a game like Once Human where people can be on your server and then destroy your base. You can have that as a mode, but you can't have it as the only way to play the game. So I'm not 100% sure, because I don't know the nuance of Chinese law, how you can have a game that's a MOBA, but you can't have a game that's open world non-consensual PvP. I don't understand. You could ask me 500 times and I'll still say to you, I don't understand. With that said, they decided to launch their game. They decided to launch their game with PvE and PvP servers, and now they have Raid Zone, which is an entire, like, to show you how weird this is. So like, if I come to make a character, I can come here to Manibus, Endless Dream, Way of Winter, Prime vs. Clash, Evolution's Call, all scenarios, except I have to click this button up here to come over here to come into Raid Zone, which is a completely different build. It's a completely different, it's a completely different client. But it's not a completely different client. It's so fucking weird. Because my UID in the bottom corner of the screen is different. And I can't access all the other work I've done. Like All the other blueprints that I unlocked on my other character, I don't have access to. But I still show, like, it. I don't know what the fuck they've done. I still see my blueprint fragments, right? I see this number, but I have a different UID. I really wish I could sit down with one of them and just say, like, honestly, what the fuck was your goal? What was your intention? What were you trying? Like, I have, as you can see, I have all my recipes. I can see them all. I can't make them at the moment. It's like they didn't want to completely, like, why are you leaving? I'm leaving because I don't want to play this version. They were really, really motivated to make this PvP based game. They launched it a different way. And then they tried to go backwards. Well, you're making content that your core player base doesn't want, which is fine if you're trying to expand and get a different player base. But let's be honest. You're trying to make Raid Zone to compete with Rust. You didn't make a better Rust. So why do you think people are going to go and play Rust Light, Rust Generic? You got to do something better. And I know a lot of people don't like me because I shit on Ashes of Creation. I don't care. I do find it funny that they've onboarded yet another community manager. Don't know why. You already have two. Too many people complaining about it not being fair that some people have been playing longer at max gear stars. And I get that. I am not against the idea of taking your character and having Jay on the main collection of scenarios and then a different version. I would have no problem, but just make it so that I have nothing. Make it so that I have nothing when I go over to Raid Zone. Make Raid Zone. But you see, the problem with your whole game design is that you're supposed to do content in order to get blueprint fragments, in order to level up your blueprints. That doesn't lend itself to the style of game that you're trying to do if you're trying to emulate Rust or you're trying to emulate DayZ. And there's nothing wrong with a survival game. There's nothing wrong with it. Survival games lend themselves to private servers. They also lend themselves to public servers. As long as you're, and you kind of run into a problem because I have an idea for a game in my head. I do not have the skills to make the game happen. But in my head, I have an idea for an MMO survival game. And yes, unfortunately, if you don't start at the beginning, then you are going to, oh wow, I have a blue flamingo. You are going to fall behind. That is the nature of the beast. Yeah, MMO survival role-playing game. The trick is, Chronicles of Illyria was kind of on to something, kind of Eve-like. If you played Eve at the very beginning, and I mean the very beginning, like the years that they don't even like to admit to, you went out, you locked up an asteroid, you shot at it, you got skill points. They changed all that because they said this isn't what we want. But you should be rewarded for spending time playing the game. Period. Dot. You should absolutely be rewarded for spending time playing the game. But you shouldn't be rewarded so much that other players coming to the game can't catch up to you. Nor should players have to swipe to catch up to you. I've said many times, I think what should happen is, and I know players don't like a bunch of currencies. I get that. I understand. but there's a value to them. What there should be is there should be an awful lot of you're level 1. So at level 1 you get 1 guild creation coin. You have 1 guild creation currency. And in order to make a guild worth a shit, you need 50 guild creation coins. That means you could choose to get to level 50 and make your own guild and not have to share power with anybody. But if you want to get the guild going, you get 5 level 10s together, they all kick their coins in, they make a guild. But it should be that way for a lot of different features. That way, when you come in as a new player, yeah, you're not going to be in charge, but there's going to be a lot of established things that you can join. With that said, I will say the first conversation about school, most students don't have the ethic or drive that I learned by being salaried employee of the greatest war machine in the world and having zero time for bullshit that our employees pull in order to extend their hours. Yeah, I will agree with you on that one. One of the really big problems with the education system in America right now is teachers are phoning it in for a fucking paycheck. Not all of them, obviously. I'm not saying every single not every single teacher is phoning it in, but at the same time, not every single teacher is bringing an amazing A game either. Legislation forces closure of 81 degree paths at local college. Well, holy shit, there's imagine that. There's another university out there charging people for degrees that they either don't have accreditation or they've done something to lose their accreditation. That shit's fucked up too. That's the world we're living in. That's one of the long form articles I'm working on right now. Reforming school. School should have meaning. School doesn't have meaning anymore. That's our big problem. But because, and honestly, this short-term attention span is what's causing the quality of everything to go down. The story was that legislators are pulling state funding from the college for any degree paths that have produced either 0 or 1 graduate over an 8-year span. Yeah, that's probably a smart thing to do as well. Especially if it's a state-funded school. Not to be too particular as a guy that has a bunch of social sciences degrees, but I don't think that cultural anthropology should be a degree that you should not be able to get a student loan to get an undergraduate in cultural anthropology. Not trying to limit what people can do in college, but we don't exactly need a fuck ton of cultural anthropologists every year. I think it's also hilarious that I'm endorsed to teach cultural anthropology at the high school level. The average high school kid doesn't give a shit. They don't need to be taking cultural anthropology. It turns into a bullshit class. It's a class that some teacher wants to teach, so the school I'm a tenured teacher and the school doesn't want to lose me, so they allow me to teach one section of cultural anthropology because it's my pet class that they let me have so that I stay at the school. No, that needs to go away. Yeah, so They had a Bachelor of Science in Russian language teaching. Yeah. I do think that it would be great if, as a country, we put some effort into making our population bilingual. It's pretty sad that most of the world speaks at least 2 languages, and the United States speaks 1. But that is what it is as well. To take it back to video games, though, the new director of ArcAge is like, yeah, when you log in to play for your 30-minute play session. Well, can we please get somebody who's making an MMORPG? I would like to get back to where we have MMORPGs, especially since Starry Studios, and I'm making a video on this as well now that I'm feeling better. They've continued to ignore the fact that their permanent servers aren't permanent. Their permanent server setup is fucking terrible. Constantly having to merge. Like, I just got back from vacation, and this is a question. I know there's only 6 of you here. I think 5 of you here. I think somebody's lurking, which is fine. Lurkers are great, despite what Dan Clancy and Twitch's new bullshit is. I just got back from vacation on Tuesday. Dropped my property down, and now I have to move my property again because the world is merging. There's 6 viewers. I have a couple of SprocketBot is here doing what SprocketBot does. Nightbot's here, Stream Elements, and SiriBot are here. So yeah, there's 6 viewers. I have 3 bots in the room that do various things for me, but they don't show up in they shouldn't show up in the overall viewer count because they're not actually viewers, which is a whole nother thing. And I respect Twitch's position on this. How many, and I started to talk about this yesterday, and then the guy that came in and just couldn't get off the fucking bone. How many of the big streamers have never actually been big streamers? How many of the big streamers have been using view bots? The numbers that they're showing are that the majority of the big streamers were all using view bots at one point in time or another. It creates so much bullshit hype. Like, Smurg is probably the worst defender of it. So much so that Twitch just deleted his ass. Like, he was taking money from sponsors, but he was viewbotting in the 10,000 range. Every game that he went into, he was the #1 streamer. And the problem is, he was viewbotting 10,000 or more views. And he had never been a streamer that could handle an audience of 20 active viewers. Like, if you knew the guy, if you knew his content, he was unable to handle 20 simultaneous viewers. If he had 20 people chatting in his chat, he couldn't handle it. Now, I know you get a person like Asmongold who literally has to have a team of people to filter through the chat to find things to respond to. That's, he has a lot of real chatters. Now, a lot of those chatters are simply, oh shit, fucking deleted it. What did my dog do that, girl? So and having been a streamer that was answering hundreds of questions an hour, that takes a certain skill set to manage a chat with constant questions. But then this guy gets caught, and how many sponsors are pissed off that they lost tens of thousands of dollars? I hope the rumor is true. All I heard was a rumor that he was getting sued. I hope he gets sued into fucking oblivion. Because what you did was you hurt every other streamer who was gonna come after you, who might have tried to make it living on sponsorship money. I know a girl who was a streamer for a year, didn't have a real job, a quote, real job for a year, because she had 2 sponsorships. The sponsorships didn't get canceled, they just ended. She needed the money from it. Now she doesn't have enough money to live as a streamer. So she's like, well, I guess I'm gonna have to get a real person job. Well, if you have to get a real person job, that's going to impact your ability to be a streamer. You're never going to be able to grow. Asmongold has the ability to make $250,000 in a week, a month. I forgot which. I think it was a week, but it could have been a month. Because he doesn't have to do anything else. He can continue to stream. He can continue to be live. He can continue, and because he can continue to be live, his editor can continue to make 6 to 8 to 10 videos out of every one of his shows. His clips department, I'm gonna call it department, I don't know if he has a quote department, but his Twitch, his clips people make the clips. Those are making tens of thousands of dollars. And so he's employing a handful of people. If Asmongold had to stop streaming 40, 50 hours a week and go down to 8 hours a week, his income would go like that, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's all because of all the cheaters. Why did some of these sponsorships dry up? Because they weren't seeing a return on investment. Smurd having 10,000 viewbots don't sign up for video games. Viewbots don't see a return on investment. And the guy never had an original idea to save his life. All he did was he was a plagiarist. He looked at what other people were doing. He copied it. He benchmarked it. And again, being one of the people that he benchmarked, all it takes is a simple conversation. Be like, hey man, your website's really slick. Hey, thanks. Do you mind if I template mine against yours? That's just being polite. Like, yeah, I mind, but I can't stop you because it's just a design idea. It's not exactly original, but you pay the courtesy to say, you give the compliment. And then when you get asked about it, it doesn't cost you anything to throw a little shout out. Be like when I do, I'm not gonna load the server to do it, but when I do that feature chat that I do at the bottom of the chat on my politics shows, or when I'm not gaming, I have that thing at the bottom. I coded the one that I use. I didn't come up with the original idea. Sleventh did. He just no longer supported it. I waited about a year for him to go back to supporting it. He didn't support it. Now, what I'm not gonna do, right? I'm not going to clean it up, commercialize it. I could clean it up, commercialize it, provide it on a server that I run, give people a username and login so they can set theirs up. I'm not going to do that. Number one, because I don't want to. Number two, it wasn't my original idea. The person provided it. I use it. It's a component of my show, but I'm not going to run with it and make money off of it. I'd have every legal right to. But it's just, that's not my style. Also, Starry Studios, these guys have a great game. This game is fucking amazing. All right, I have nearly zero complaints with the game itself. I have a problem with the way the game is being executed. All right, I have to pull 7 more deviations. Like that one, that one, that one. I already have a 5-4. This event where we got the deviations was kind of cool. I'll take that 5-5. Five two, 5-1. I'll take the 5-4 door. Take the 5-2. I'll take those. There we go. But they have a great game. But I don't know what they want to do with it. And I don't know why. I do not understand why they have a content creator program the size that they do. And it's kind of like they had GameSight that was overseeing their content creator program. And then GameSight went away. They pay people to make videos, which is fine. They do it the right way, where they don't pay you directly to make a video. They pay you on the back end because you made videos, which gets you out of having to disclose that it's sponsored content, because it's not sponsored content. It's and I know some people don't understand the difference, but you're not paying me to make a particular video. You're paying me at the end of the month because I made videos. You didn't sponsor an individual piece of content. You compensated me because I made content. Either way, I wouldn't give a shit. If I need to disclose that I'm being paid, I have no problem doing that. Sometimes sponsors, they're like, we have to have pre-approval, and I'm like, no thanks. I don't play that game. I'm not going to make a piece of content and then you decide you don't like it afterwards. Rail, are you here? If you're here, we can clear some of this bullshit content we have to do. If he's not here. We have to clear our weeklies because I wasn't around. But yeah, they have a content creator program with over 1,000 creators in it, which is terrible. You can't have that many creators in a creator program, because number one, it means you're not watching all the content. Number two, it means you're not helping people grow. A content creator program has got to be a symbiotic relationship. It's got to be mutually beneficial. Like, they were paying people a ton of money to make videos, and the videos were terrible. So what they ended up with is a just ridiculous amount of creators pumping out AI generated content. Well, there's your marketing budget going away. You need to have a blend. You need to find your good content creators that are making content that you think is improving the presence of your game in the ether. And then you got to have a couple of people that you pay to cast the wide net. The wide net is you get Asmongold to take a look at your game. Now, ideally, you get Asmongold to take a look at your game for free. Not necessarily always going to happen, but in an ideal world, that's what you do. You get Asmongold to take a look at your game for free. once Asmongold takes a look at your game, you got to have your good content creators ready to step up the minute he goes offline. Like, I remember the greatest spike in viewership I've ever had on Twitch was when Asmongold was playing Ashes of Creation, and then he went offline, and I was the number 2 streamer in the category. I went from 300 viewers to 1,100 viewers. Now, granted, he was showing off the game to 50,000 viewers, but then he went. I think he left to go play Final Fantasy 14, if I remember correctly. Well, he had 50,000 people, but 1,000 of them went looking for a streamer in the game category. Now, Ashes of Creation was supposed to be the game that saved the genre, revolutionized the genre. It's not going to do any of those things. If Phase 3 actually happens this month, it is what it is. Again, I don't know what Ashes of Creation is doing, but I do know... I don't know what their goal is, but I know what they're doing is very, very bad. I said it 3 years ago, and most of the people that were in my community about Ashes of Creation 3 years ago, the majority of my community agreed with me. They needed to stop talking as much. They needed to stop talking as much and wait until they had developed some stuff before they started talking again. Unfortunately, they didn't do that. They just kept talking. They just kept, they just kept staying center stage over and over and over again. And now they are the star citizen of the fantasy, MMORPGs, which in some ways kind of sucks because the game could have, should have, would have been good, but you surrounded yourself with a bunch of people that told you how great it was, how great it looked, and it doesn't. And that's the harsh criticism. The game, like, people are like, the game is beautiful. Okay. For what it is, the game looks good. But considering it's made in Unreal Engine, it should look a lot better. Like, you look at Chrono Odyssey, you look at Ashes of Creation. They're both made in Unreal Engine, but Chrono Odyssey just looks infinitely better. And it sucks because you don't want to be mean. You don't, like, you try not to be mean. Well, some of you do. I don't give a shit. You try to go out of your way to not be mean. But you can't compare, you cannot compare Chrono Odyssey to Ashes of Creation. Chrono Odyssey is just better. It just looks better. The lighting is better. Everything graphically is just better. Now, that doesn't mean that Chrono Odyssey is the better game. It means when you compare the two column to column, it's better. I think a lot of people are going to see Ashes Phase 3 this month, because it is supposed to go into Phase 3 this month. And they're going to obliterate it. And one of the worst things is somebody at Intrepid, probably Steven, but somebody at Intrepid had an idea to have a private test realm under NDA while your game is still in alpha. Why do you have a under NDA testing environment while, like, you said over and over and over and over and over for 4 years, 5 years, over and over and over, you made sure everybody understood this is only an alpha, this is only an alpha, this is only an alpha, this is only an alpha. Please be gentle with it. It's only an alpha. It's still in development. It's only an alpha. Said ad nauseum. But then you hide your new stuff on a private test run under NDA. Most people have no idea what sense that makes. Now, if you were live, and you wanted to test some things, then yes, put the things you're testing under NDA. But somebody came up with an idea, and I don't think the idea is a very good one. Same thing with Once Human. They don't do enough testing, and when they do testing, they don't listen enough, and they have the wrong people testing. A lot of content creators are in the testing program. Content creators have a vested interest in not giving critical feedback, because then the content they pre-produce isn't relevant if you make a bunch of changes. As a content creator, if I make a video based on what I know is coming out next week, I'm hoping you don't change it, so that what I made, I can just hit go live on the video. Like, one of the things that Intrepid did well is when they made the decision to go to Unreal Engine 5, Steven told a handful of the content creators, we've made the decision to transition to Unreal Engine 5. That information is on an embargo until we announce it during the live stream. Well, they announced it during the live stream, and I hit go live on a video that I'd made related to it. And within an hour of going live, I think the video had, and for me, I had like 3,500 views on the video within an hour. That's a lot for me, because I've never been a large YouTuber. Oh, that's right. I forgot it was Thursday. We'll just do it when you get back. That way your morning doesn't get disrupted. Let's see. I gotta go back through and align all my deviations with my alts. Oh, it's about to be go time again. So yeah, we're kind of in a really shitty spot right now. We've got ArcheAge Chronicles coming out next year. We've got Chrono Odyssey coming out next year. And unfortunately, we don't really have much of anything else by means of MMORPGs on the market coming. I think I think in the MMORPG space we're just kind of screwed. I don't think there's anything new and great coming. Microsoft bought everybody, and I could have only hoped when Microsoft bought everybody that there would have been a game coming out of all that, but they haven't announced anything. Maybe if we're generous, maybe the shit was on my the Lord of the Rings MMO from Amazon Game Studios. Maybe that'll come out and be decent. But you know, I'm not gonna count on it. Anybody else got any leads on anything in development? I know Battlefield 6 is a big deal right now. It's a shooter. There's a lot of people playing it. I thought the Lord of the Rings one was more solo than MMO. We don't really know much about the Lord of the Rings prequel game that's coming. But why I say maybe. Maybe it'll be an MMO. I must have put everything back up. But yeah, Microsoft doesn't tend to announce projects until they're close to MVP though. MMOs take 6 to 10 years. Yeah, I think we're shit out of luck until Chrono Odyssey. You're not wrong there. I think we are shit out of luck. And I will say this about Chrono Odyssey. It was really nice to see a game get absolutely tore up from the floor up about their state, the state that they were in. And instead of Kakao Games deciding, you know what we're gonna do, we're gonna push the game out so that it remains on schedule, Chrono Studio was allowed to basically delay the game to fix a lot of problems. And I know this sounds dumb because it should of course be the goal, the outcome after testing. If after testing the game isn't well received, then yeah, of course they should be like, we're gonna give you more time to fix the game. But so often alpha and beta is just bullshit terms, because what they're really saying is this is marketing. And it was nice to see them make the decision that what we're gonna do is we're going to allow Chrono Studio the time to fix the things that they think need to be fixed. Because, like, look at Dune. Dune launched to a big hoopla, and Dune is not retaining its population very well. And part of it is because Dune used an old design. The old design of Dune is that we're going to be designed around a singular guild or a pair of guilds having all of the power, all of the authority, all of the everything. That's a fair design. It's probably not the one you want to use, but you can go that route. Again, though, if some developers are focusing on the idea of 30-minute play sessions, then there's obviously a space out there for a developer to say, you know what, I'm not about this 30-minute play session. I want to bring a game out that caters to the old school gamer, where you're in it for 4 hours. Pantheon Rise of the Fallen is probably going to capture that demographic of people, the old school gamer. The downside is, I'm not sure if Pantheon is going to be widely accepted. Ashes was supposed to fill a niche, and unless Ashes makes some radically massive changes to its game, Ashes of Creation is literally a team-up grinder. Which, again, if team-up grinder, I think if Steven had said years ago, our game is going to be a team-up grinder, it never gets to the hype level that Ashes got to. Team Up Grinder is okay, but like it's not. I guess it's not what the masses want. It was good in the era. It was good 15 years ago when that's all we had was which flavor of Team Up Grinder are we playing? But I don't think that's what people want. I think that's what some people want, and I think it's what many people are okay with a little bit of the time. I think a little bit of grinding is okay. I think the majority of gamers would find a little bit of mindless grinding to be acceptable. But I don't think the average gamer is going to be like, oh, you know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to 6 hours of grinding. I mean, we used to. Final Fantasy 11, you knew going from 74 to 75 was going to be about 6 straight hours of grinding. And then you get 75 and you knew the next day was going to be 8 straight hours of grinding to cap your XP. And then the next day you could start grinding and grinding on merit points. Like, but that's what we had. They couldn't develop content fast enough. And I mean, some of you probably have an opinion about procedurally generated content. I don't mind procedurally generated content in some small serving sizes. I think procedurally generated content in like Diablo is okay. How the maps are all, the dungeons are all different, the locations of the dungeons are different. I mean, after a while, you kind of know what all the dungeons are by name. They're just going to be different. Diablo 3 and Diablo 2. Diablo 4 seemed to be a little bit different in that regard. Which again, does anybody think that Blizzard needs to just embrace it and make World of Sanctuary? I mean, think about if, and I know they're never going to do it, and the reason why they're not going to do it is because World of Warcraft still makes them a tremendous amount of money. But could you imagine how much they would get, how much money, how much hype they would get from World of Sanctuary if you made World of Sanctuary an actual bona fide no shit MMORPG? That game would fucking sell 10 million copies. You already have all the classes you need. You might need to tweak like one more class in there. Like Deckard Cain has to be a class. Haradrim has to be a class, so you have a pure healer. It worked in Heroes of the Storm. Old man Deckard running around throwing potions on the ground. But even then, I don't know if you have to have a healer class to have it be an MMO. You might be able to get away with everybody takes care of their own heals. Maybe. We'd have to see it as it's done in a particular game. Other games have tried to get away with it. Everybody takes care of their own heals. But yeah, like I said, it would be nice if Starry put in 3 classes. They put in Chef, they put in Gardener, and they put in Beastmaster, which was cool. They added in some new content. But what they didn't do is they didn't fix the overall problem of you get to a permanent server and you're stuck merging all the time. Like, and this is where I don't know what their issue is here, but I'll show you. There are only 3 worlds left on the server. So I get why we have to merge down to World 4. In fact, I should probably... I'll do that later. But I'll merge down to World 4 because then World 4 will go to the permanent server. So I get why they want to merge us down for us to move to the permanent server, because we moved to the permanent server. Yeah, we started with 10 worlds, and we have 14 days until we move to the permanent server. So I don't know why they're merging down this week, but that's fine. Merge us down to 1 world. But then when we get to the permanent server, just create 5 worlds and have those 5 worlds always be permanent. Like, don't keep merging. Like, somebody at Starry doesn't understand their own game. Oh, we need to merge them so the worlds have healthy populations. Why? We can teleport to all the events. We teleport to all the events anyway, so what does it matter? Like, when was the last time anybody even did a Prime War on one of the permanent servers? I think we were on a permanent server for 8 weeks the last time, and I saw 1 Prime War get done. And then, of course, when they do the combined map, they do it on Endless Dream. Why not combine the whole map? Like, what are you doing? Like, you want to say to him, like, why are you fucking with your game? Like, you have all the right pieces to have a very solid game, but you spend so much development time with this bullshit. Like, and I get it. I'm not gonna shit on Raid Zone. They have an idea for Raid Zone. They know what they want to do with it. I don't particularly think it's very good. I don't think it's a good idea. But it's their idea, right? They know what they want to do with it. But Endless Dream was terrible. Endless Dream was good for private servers. It was a good piece of content because you launched it to coincide with you wanting to make money leasing private servers. But it wasn't a good idea as far as good PvE content. And isn't that really like what the driving factor should be? Like, is it good PvE content? I don't even know how many people are even. I want to check 2 things. What am I about to say? So right now, Once Human is still holding on to 30,000 players on Steam, which is a respectable number. Keeping in mind that they have their own launcher. But where Once Human is continuously struggled was Once Human has 400, no, not even 400. Once Human has 857 viewers, right? There's 857 viewers for this. And right now, well, I don't even know how that's accurate because I'm the number 3 streamer in the category. And Sassy Cat is at 116 and Toxic Cupcake is at 45. So, this is where, like, one of the things they did was they have Twitch drops. Twitch drops are so smart. Twitch drops are such a smart way to build your audience. It's like almost a no-brainer. The only cost, you have a very, very small cost with setting up Twitch drops through Twitch. And then you have to build the asset. One of the things I didn't even ask Steven because Margaret was in charge of marketing at the time. And I think the second interview I did with Steven, I said, are you guys ever going to leverage Twitch drops for Ashes of Creation? Margaret was like, no, because they're too expensive. I went to 3 different marketing people I knew at different video game studios And all three of them told me, no, Twitch drops aren't expensive. Twitch drops are actually very cheap. The cost of the Twitch drop is to the studio developing the asset. Because you want to make sure your Twitch drops are exclusive to the Twitch drop. You want to give them value. Starry Studios has done what they shouldn't do, and only certain content creators have some of the drops. Don't ever do that. That's such a bad way to do that. The way you do that is if you want to build a symbiotic relationship with a creator who's mid-size, is you make them have a specific related cosmetic to them and their brand. And you can only get that through their channel. And it's kind of sneaky to do it that way. I'll use Asmongold. You reach out to Asmongold and you say, hey, we want to set up a Twitch camp. We want to set up a buy from you. We want you to stream our game for 10 hours. 2 days, 5 hours a day. We want you to stream our game. You're going to be the only streamer that has the left-hand Dr. Pepper glove and the white t-shirt cosmetic. The only way people can get these two cosmetics is by watching your stream. And they have to watch for a total combined hour of 4 hours. And the drops will be valid from the 1st of the month through the 30th of the month. We're paying you to do 2 5-hour streams. Well, the reason why that works so well is if the person likes your game, they're going to stream it for more than the 2 5-hour sessions. Especially if their community starts saying to them, hey, can you stream for a couple of more hours? I don't have my drops. You only agreed to pay them the 10 hours, the 2 5-hour sessions. But if they like your game and their community can get a reward from it, the community is going to social peer pressure you to play it more or to stream it more. That also means that all the players that want those two cosmetics have one place that they can go to. So that means for a small period of time, you know the windows, and it also means you can go to your other content creators and you can say, hey, just to let you know, Asmongold is scheduled to stream on Thursday, the 7th of August he's agreed to do 10 to 3 for our game. You probably want to be online at 2:30, be through the first 30 minutes of your show so that your audience has grown to its normal numbers. Because when he leaves that game category, some of his viewers might go looking for another streamer. That might be your window of opportunity. And it is true. That does happen. Now, of course, if you don't have any other good creators in your program, then you've got a completely different problem. But that's where Ashes of Creation, I'm going to shit on Ashes of Creation because I followed them for so long and I worked with them for so long. They do a weekly live stream and they've had 8 years to set this up. What they should have done for years is have a streamer on tap to take over after the live stream. And then what they do, or what they should have been doing, is, I'll use myself if I was still in the good graces, which I'm not. Jay, we're going to raid you after our live stream. We're going to bring you 4,000 viewers because you do Ashes 101 and you answer everybody's questions. After our live stream, we're going to raid you. We're also going to send the community managers to your show. And you're gonna have 30 minutes or an hour or whatever where you can ping these people are on a channel, so that after the live stream, you're the post show. You're the post show wrap up. Because we're gonna have our community managers there figuring out what questions are being asked. But Steven and the team and the worker bees have to get back to work. They could have done that for 7 fucking years. And that would have been just a brilliant way for them to get immediate feedback and build a creator. You drop off 4,000 creators. Maybe 300 stay. But that creator then gets... You're basically giving the seal of endorsement to that creator. Now, maybe you mix it up. Maybe you have a handful of creators and you mix it up and you're like, hey, in January it's you, in February it's you, in March it's you, in April it's you. And you do that, and then that creator, and again, that creator, if they're trying to live off of the money that they make, or those 4 creators or 3 creators, they're going to be less inclined to be overly critical of your product. Because they know if they're overly critical, you're going to stop rating them. What it does is it builds a symbiotic relationship between you and that creator. So what happens is that creator decides, you know what? I want to hitch my star to this game. Then you get the next ninja of Fortnite. You get the next Asmongold of WoW. You get a handful of creators who are kind of bound to the success of your game. And that's not a bad idea. But you got to give them the leeway to be a little critical. You can't tell them that they can't be critical at all. If you tell them they can't be critical at all, then they get accused of being shills. They've got to be allowed to be critical. Now, I will be the first to admit, you don't want a person like me to be your critical, because I don't give a shit. If you do stupid bullshit human tricks, I'm gonna call you out for stupid bullshit human tricks. I have zero remorse in calling out Intrepid for the shit they did. I have zero problem calling out Intrepid for the lies they told. Like, you bullshitted and you lied. That's just not acceptable. You laughed about the fact that you weren't really working on Nodes 3. Tristan wasn't back at the studio working on Nodes 3. Tristan was back at the studio because I believe his wife was giving birth. That's why Tristan didn't make the trip to PAX. But you laughed about it. Then that becomes a matter of, why would a creator want to work with your brand if you're going to laugh at your customer base? Because what you're basically doing in that point is you're laughing at about how stupid your customer base is that they believed you. But no, there's a lot of ways companies should and could be building better relationships with their content creators. I noticed one big thing with Stream Elements. Stream Elements says if you can't say something nice about the product, then don't focus on the negative. Well, what if we have to focus on the negative? What if there's negative to talk about? Like, Stream Elements has been massively influential, helping small streamers make a fuck ton of money. Stream Elements is, I want to say it's $100 million. Like, they've arranged for like $100 million of sponsorship campaigns. That's crazy. That's great. It's crazy, but it's great. I mean, last year I made about 1,000 in Stream Elements sponsorships, and they're great because, I mean, obviously if we could get some better games on them, it would be better. If we could get some better titles over there. But hold on, answering a person's question about the merging. The way they do the merging is just so terrible. But I mean, I respect why Stream Elements doesn't want streamers to say negative things about their games that are on sponsorship, because then Stream Elements then those games don't get conversions, and then those game companies don't want to pay Stream Elements because they're not getting a return on investment. Ultimately, whenever you're being paid to sponsor something, you're shilling. You might not be shilling through your actions, but you're ultimately shilling. They're gonna pay you X number of dollars to try to get people to sign up for their game. When it works, it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't. Yeah, fucking chill. Why did I not bring any steroids with me? But yeah. That's why I think the affiliate program for Ashes of Creation was the best thing they'd ever done. I really do. I would like to see more. I would like to see more games use that type of affiliate program. I would like to see more games have a content creator program that gives you a referral code. And then if you really believe in the game, you try to get people to sign up for the game and you get a percentage. You become a salesman, essentially. You become an affiliate salesman. You convince people to play the game, and as long as you remain in good standing, your code remains valid for new people to sign up. I would not do it the way Intrepid Studios did it, though, where it was a lifetime thing. And I imagine Intrepid will try to somehow, shape, or form get out of that. Because that's a lot. 15% is a lot. 15% is a lot of money to be covering. With that said, maybe they have it factored in and it's not so much of an amount of money that it'll bother them. Personally, I think it's a lot of money to offer, but it is what it is. I think the affiliate program is really good though, because what it does is it gives you a reason to become good at the game, to become knowledgeable about the game, to cover the game. You know, a little bit of cash reward. I think 5% is probably the right magic number for this average creator. Because if you promote the shit out of a game, that is a lot of money you could make. That you have the potential to make an absurd amount of money. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can solo this I think, actually, I think Last Valor would be better for soloing this. I'm gonna take a real quick break while this 4-minute timer runs. Be right back. Alrighty. No, it would be great if, you know what else would be just amazing to me? Just absolutely amazing. It'd be amazing if more game companies would just be honest. If game companies would just be honest with the player base. Just tell us what you're thinking. Like, this game could be making so much more money, but they do greedy ass shit. Stop doing that. Stop doing greedy ass shit. Because what you're gonna do by doing greedy ass shit is make less money overall. It's like I've always said, the unrunning joke with me was if Bob Iger called me up and said, Jay, go manage the Disney World complex for me. You go manage those 4 parks and those 15 resorts. I would lower the cost of the resorts. One of the biggest places Disney World loses money is by all the people that don't stay at their resorts. All the people that are staying at like the Marriott or the Choice Hotel. Lower the cost of your resorts. Lower the cost of a fucking drink, man. I saw this firsthand. People that divert their families out of the stores because it's $18 if you need to buy 3 Powerades. We were down there last week, the week before. I was sick, so I wasn't sharing any drinks with anybody. Normally, my wife and I will just split a Powerade. Because I'll get the kid a drink, and then I'll get 2 Powerades, one for the kid and one for us. We'll split it half and half. But I was sick, so I was picking up 3. It was like $18 every time. And I was just like, fuck this. So then my family was like, well, are we souvenir shopping? I'm like, yeah, our souvenirs, all those empty Powerade bottles, those are our souvenirs. And I noticed a lot of people were like, yeah, we can't afford souvenirs. Everything else is so expensive. Well, yeah, you make a shit ton of markup on the Powerade, but you make a shit ton of markup on people buying pins or autograph books or t-shirts. Like, if you were to lower the cost of drinks to a reasonable $1.99, then people would probably, not necessarily, not guaranteed, but people would be a lot more inclined to at least go in and look. But anymore, people just avoid the shops. don't know if I'm gonna be able to kill this guy. I only burned 1 bar. So you can either build biomissiles or you can use a Mr. Wish rocket launcher. Interesting. I don't want to use another one, jerk. I can't use all my coins. Some people have these crazy ass builds. Just making it easier and more solo. Well, yeah. Some people have these crazy ass builds where they can do this in one magazine. Where the hell did he go always? Where did the boss go? I didn't see which direction he went. Oh, there he is. He's actually gonna try to kill my restrainer. Dirk, get out of here. Nobody invited you. Hey, people showed up. That's a lot of boob right there. That's a lot of boob. I will say I do respect Starry Studios for the fact that they do run Twitch campaigns. I like I said, more game studios should. Twitch campaigns are great because they help the creator, especially in smaller games. Because what does it cost you to develop a couple of assets? But here's where this game loses so much. They lose so much respect, right? This car skin is 10 of these Lightforge gems. You have to open, you can get them randomly, but you get one every 20 draws. Well, that's hundreds of dollars, right? That's hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Yeah, it's a lot. If you want to make money right? If you want to make money, sell more things cheaper.
Dance.
I mean, and if people are like, well, that doesn't always work. Really? Look at Walmart. Look at Dollar General. These places make their money because they sell volume at a profit. Like, one of the things that's I listened to a spiel from somebody who wanted to give me advice in the music world. I listened to their spiel, and what they said is, I shouldn't be charging what I charge on Bandcamp. I don't charge enough. And I said, yeah, but Bandcamp I use Bandcamp primarily as another means of discoverability. And I've made money on Bandcamp. I've made a solid amount of money through Bandcamp, enough to fund one album. And they said, yeah, but you could be making more. I said, but I don't think so, because I could charge more, but since I give the music away for free anyway, the people that are buying the music on Bandcamp are really doing it to support me. And then they said, well, why don't you charge less? And I thought to myself, you know what? Why don't I charge less? So one of the things I'm going to be doing is going into Bandcamp and reducing the cost of all the music. Because if I can sell 500 singles for 99 cents each, I would rather do that than sell it for more. Because I'm still using it primarily for discoverability. It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys saw this fucking terrible, horrible thing. This girl who was a teen influencer turned 18 and has an OnlyFans. She made $1 million in like 5 hours. But only half of the money came from subscriptions to the OnlyFans. The other money came from just donations. There's clearly a segment there of you're selling a product, yes, but you're bringing money in through an alternative means. Video game companies need to capitalize on that. Don't try to sell things for $50, $80, right? Now, at the same time, I think it's important that video game companies not nickel and dime about the content. If you're going to have a box price, have a box price. If you're going to have an expansion pack cost, have an expansion pack cost, but make sure that expansion pack is robust. Don't become a Paradox Interactive where you have these expansion packs that are beefy in price that don't deliver. But then don't nickel and dime people over cosmetics. You want to sell cosmetics? $9.99. $9.99, $4.99, 99 cents. Sell it for $9.99. 3 months later, 4 months later, 6 months later, sell it for $4.99. After a year, sell it for 99 cents. Just keep making good ones so that your whales keep buying new stuff. You forgot I was live. How was Disney and everything? Disney was great. I got really, really ill while I was down at Disney. COVID, flu, sinus infection, and impetigo. You have no idea how much I want to thank the parent whose kid had impetigo running around. That shit's contagious as fuck. My COVID is over. I don't have COVID anymore. They treated me with antibiotics and antivirals. And by the way, I did see this. Thank you to the person who pinged me after yesterday's show. I showed the thing about Kennedy Jr. yesterday. I'll bring it up tomorrow. For those of you that usually are here for my politics show is going to be kind of like earlier in the morning because my CT scan is right in the middle of my day. It's like right in the middle of my show. So I'm gonna start early and go to my CT scan and then do some video content later in the afternoon. But I didn't realize this. The Health and Human Services, the FDA, they've also gotten rid of some cancer drugs that were being researched. That I'm not okay with. Until we beat cancer, we don't need to be canceling research into cancer drugs. I think that's a dumb fucking move. I think it's a bonehead decision. We don't know how to beat cancer yet, so we shouldn't be eliminating cancer drug research. If you want to, and I get it, if you want to eliminate COVID drug research, I'm cool with that. But in that defunding were some cancer drugs that were being defunded. I don't think it's a smart play to start defunding cancer drugs. But yeah, Disney was great, man. I love Disney. I love Disney World. I'm not going. I've told my family emphatically, we're not going back to Disney for 6 years. Disney World. We are going to Disneyland in 2 years. I've never been. I'm taking my daughter. To Disneyland for her 8th grade graduation. So I will say this though, and this is going to make me sound like a bad Disney fan. I think, hi buddy, I think Disney World and Universal Studios have both reached a point where they're not worth it. And I say that because I remember going to Six Flags Great America as a kid. And my season pass was like $75 a summer. And we went a shit ton. We probably went 8 or 10 times in the summer. So we literally were paying about $7 for $7 a time. And we would get to ride in a 12-hour day. We would get to ride probably 9 roller coasters. And then of course, a couple of the other rides, sit down, have food. I mean, it was just me and my friends going. There were no parents there. So, you know, we were responsible. We'd sit down, we'd have a meal, we'd take a break, we'd sit in the air conditioning to make sure that we cooled off a little bit. A ticket to Disney, a one-day ticket is $200. $190, I think, is the one-day ticket price when we were down there. And the lines are like 90 minutes long. You wait in line for 90 minutes to ride a minute and 40-second ride. That's rough. That's rough. People talking about no shit, no joke, no kidding, all seriousness. People talking about spending $8,000, $10,000, $15,000 on their Disney trip. Like, that's crazy. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I used the military base. I used their like, my ticket for Disney is $350 for a 6-day park hopper. That's about a $900 ticket. If the military didn't give, if they didn't give vets that ticket, I would have gone to Disney once, not 5 times in 7 years. The only reason why I stayed in the hotel that I stayed at was because they had a deal for Disney Plus subscribers. I was like, okay, cool. If most of you didn't see it, I posted a couple of the pictures. I stay at the Animal Kingdom Lodge, where they have giraffes out on the savannah right in front of your window. I find that is a nice. I like to look at them. I love giraffes. Giraffes are amazing. I'm actually going to a giraffe rescue in the next year or two, where you get to spend a whole day interacting with the giraffes. I love giraffes. Giraffes are my buddies. But I couldn't afford that resort if they didn't have it on the deal that they had it on. I mean, you can do Disney on the cheaper, but you kind of have to know what you're doing. Universal Studios the same way. I used to go down. You guys know I usually take a 5-day vacation in October down to Universal so I can go to Halloween Horror Nights. They raised the hotel room from $468 to $900 a night. Now, I stay at that hotel because it comes with the express passes for the park. But I'm not doing Universal Studios without the express passes. I'm simply not. I'm not waiting in line for 90 minutes for a 90-second ride. I think a lot of these theme parks have lost touch. They've become disconnected, right? I don't think they grasp the reality of we're charging too much. But the sad part is as long as they're making money, they're going to continue to charge what they're going to charge. There's no advantage for them to lower their prices because they're making money. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you guys watched the YouTube short I did today, was a politics short. I've heard people talk of, like, I've seen all these people posting the sensational shit where they post like a little bit of food and they're like, this is $200. I priced it out myself today. 4 dozen eggs, 10 pounds of ground beef, 4 boxes of cereal, 4 loaves of bread, 2 boxes of mashed potatoes, 21 bananas, 4 boxes of cereal, 2 gallons of milk, a couple of other bits and bobs for $123. I think because it was the big one about this whole, should you be allowed to buy soda with your SNAP benefits? I think we've got bigger fish to fry, honestly. But you can definitely live on SNAP benefits. You can live on $150 worth of groceries a month. And the list that I put together was the expensive end list because I didn't use Aldi. I could have gone to Aldi and gotten some of that stuff for cheaper. I know it's not a politics day, so you aren't going to need to get into any sort. I'm curious if you generally think people like Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson put out video content that is valuable, or just to make the other side look like idiots. That's a great perspective. I think a big problem we have with a lot of content creators, like the guy yesterday, I ended up having to ban the guy because the guy just would not move. Like, I don't mind if you have an opinion. I don't mind. You can have an opinion. I had to ban the guy yesterday because he would not defend his position. If you have a position, defend your position. Don't turn your argument into attacking mine. Just tell me your position. The question in hand was, The guy said he thinks Thor, Pirate Software, is a good guy. And all I said was, well, tell me what makes him a good guy. And because I don't think he's a good guy. I don't think there's much about him that makes him a good guy. I think the fact that he pays his moderators is great. The fact that he generates wealth for other people is great. The fact that he has the ferret rescue is great. But coupled with the things I know about him and the way he behaves, I don't think that makes him a good guy. The guy spent the next hour just going after my views. I said, stop going, 8, 9, 10 times I said to him, just stop, because I control the conversation. Just tell me what's good about it. I think Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, those two definitely do an awful lot of gotcha bitch. Ben Shapiro specifically gets involved in a lot of Gish Gallop. And what Gish Gallop is where you just keep talking and you're putting out a lot of things that are factually correct. I think Ben Shapiro is very intelligent and he's very well prepared for the discussions that he wants to have. And he's specifically very well prepared for the discussions that he wants to have, because by being well prepared, he can put out a lot of facts. And he appears intelligent. He appears intelligent. I'm not saying he's not intelligent. He appears intelligent. Now, they don't curate their debates, necessarily. They do curate their clips. When you see, like, a Charlie Kirk clip, and then you go back and you find the long-form content, Charlie Kirk is the worst of them when it comes to whoever does his clips definitely does his clips in such a way to make the other person look bad. And that's a terrible way to go about it. The best way to go about it is make the other person look great. Make the other person look great. Because if you've really beaten them in the debate, everybody should know. There shouldn't be any confusion. It should literally be the leave no doubt. You ran up the score. Everybody knows who the winner of that is. With that said, Jordan Peterson, I think, is a little bit better of an individual because he does present, when the other side isn't doing a satisfactory enough job of presenting their view, he makes sure to stop and say, wait a minute, are you saying this? He doesn't, like, especially when it comes to, like, equality of women in the workplace, he stops them when they want to talk about 50% of the CEOs being women. Jordan Peterson is very good about stopping the discussion and say, I don't want to talk about 50% of the CEOs being women. I want to talk about why you don't want to talk about 50% of the bricklayers being women. I want to talk about why you don't want to talk about, there are some jobs that are predominantly women. Kindergarten teachers, predominantly women. 90% or more women. Grade school teachers, 70%, 76% women. High school teachers, predominantly men. Well, we know that high school teachers make more than grade school teachers. So if the women have almost all of the credentialing, why do they choose to take the lower paying job? I think Jordan Peterson, that's not a particular point for today's discussion. That's just one of Jordan Peterson's things that he's done that I've seen is very good. I agree making people look stupid isn't a good goal, but it's the opposition kind of making themselves look stupid. No, because and that's a fair point. There are an awful lot of people that make themselves look stupid. But Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro's video editors definitely edit the long form content down into shorts in such a way to make the other side look stupid. For example, I could do the same thing to Intrepid Studios. I could take Intrepid Studios live streams and I could edit them in such a way that makes them look like they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. One of the things you'll notice if you go back and you look at live streams, I stutter. I've had a stutter my whole life. I also have the start and stop. I think faster than I can speak, and the message gets jumbled between my brain and my mouth. So I'll do the first 3 words of a sentence, pause, back to the first 3 words of a sentence, and I'm aware of it. You'll notice I don't edit that out of my content. I don't edit it out when I do it. But when I would clip Steven Sharif, and he would have a lot of ums and uhs, I always did my best to cut his out, because I want to present him in a better light than I present myself, especially if I'm being critical. If I make it so that I've presented you in your best self, and your best self still comes across poorly, then I haven't used cheap tricks to advance my agenda. I think that's unfortunately where Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk's editors do those 2 individuals a bit of a disservice. So is taking the content and consuming with that in mind? No, I think taking the content with that in mind is really, really important. And I think what's even more important is getting out of the habit of looking at the short form content and going and finding the long form content. Go and find where that speech came from. Go and find where that clip came from. Go and listen to the whole lecture. Go and get all of it. But we live in a world right now where, and as sad as this is, you can make more money on TikTok than you can on YouTube. If you can build your short form audience, if you can film, if you can make good short form content, right? For example, I put out a clip yesterday on my TikTok, and it got 1,738 views. I put out a TikTok this morning, and it's already gotten 1,000 views. It's going to take a while for me to cut into the politics, sociology, current affairs, current trends section of TikTok. But if I do that, I can take that piece of content, I can put it on Twitter, I can put it on YouTube Shorts, I can put it on Instagram, and I can put it on TikTok. TikTok will make me the most money by far. Because once you start to grow on TikTok, the creator program is very lucrative. The problem is you have to do your content inside of 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It's why you have to say sensationalist shit and inflammatory shit, because you got to get people responding. I think that video I put out, hold on, I'll tell you. One video has 72 comments on it. The one that I put out yesterday has 50 comments. The one that I put out this morning has 72 comments. TikTok is great for creators. It's terrible for people's attention span. It's fucking awful for people's attention span. People are boiling it down to 15. They're taking a really complicated point and they're breaking it down to 15 seconds. You can't break some of these complicated topics down to 15 seconds. But yeah, I would absolutely love, I would much rather watch a long form piece of content than a gotcha bitch. You are going to get in so much trouble if the things you say are pulled out in 2-minute clips. And this isn't me harassing you. Obviously I come here to talk to you. But oh my God, with the truncated context, this sounds like so much trouble. Oh, you're absolutely right, Storm Song. Which is why, I don't think you were here at the beginning of the show. What I said was, my biggest problem is my content doesn't lend itself to 2-minute sound bites. my content. See, I'm not Pirate Software. I understand how to provide context without sounding arrogant. I don't allow the discussion to move from presentation to debate until we've laid the appropriate context. But you're right. I get clipped out of context all the time, and it makes me look like a terrible human being. You are 100% correct. I gotta use a gravity tuner because I used a gravity untuner. You're absolutely correct. And that's where I, in the past, have gotten called out, and all I've said was, I'm not going to respond to a soundbite. If you're going to ask me about something that I said from a clip, then provide me the clip so that I can go and I can look at the minutes preceding and the minutes following. One of the big things that I got in trouble with in one group of people was transgenders. Somebody clipped something out of context that I said about transgenders, and I got a lot of transgender hate. And all I said was, I'm not going to respond to a soundbite. Give me the clip. And when they gave me the clip, I was able, because I can see the clips you make of my channel. And the person who had made the clip deliberately clipped a very, very small, short thing. But when I went and I pulled the minute before and the minute after, and I presented it to the person, I said, now that you've seen the entire presentation, what's your opinion? And they didn't have one. Everybody sounds fucking terrible if you clip them out of context. Everybody sounds fucking terrible. Everybody sounds terrible. I'm sure if you, that movie Emma Watson, Red Circle, or The Circle, I'm sure if we go through the entire lifespan of all the things you've said, I'm sure at some point you've said to your mother or your father, I hate you. And I'm sure that if we had you on video footage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we would have that video clip. But I'm sure if we watch the video clip the minutes before and the minutes after, it would provide an awful lot of insight into why, at that moment, you uttered to your parent, I hate you. My children have told me they hate me. It usually is in the moments immediately following when they want to do some shit that they ought not to be doing. You want to drive with your friends to a town an hour away, and you all just got driver's licenses. Why are you going there? Well, we just want to go. Right, why? Well, we just want to go and check it out. Okay, the answer is no then. Because there's obviously another piece of information you're curating and you don't want me to have. Because if you really have a reason to be there, if there's really a purpose and you tell me what that purpose is, I have no problem driving you. Because you're not a mature enough driver to drive an hour away on the expressway. My father, all those years ago, I told my dad, I said, yeah, we want to be hanging out at Six Flags this summer. He said, fine. One morning, a Saturday morning, he woke me up at ungodly hour. He's like, is this about the time you guys would be leaving for Six Flags? I said, yeah. He said, let's go drive it. I said, what? He's like, let's go drive it. As we drive up there, we're driving back. My dad's asking me questions. He's like, what mile marker was that service station on? And I'm like, what? He's like, well, if you break down, how many miles is it back to the nearest service station? Because there were no cell phones at that time. How many miles, like, where are you? And that's all my father wanted. He wanted to make sure that I was going to be able to solve any problems. Now, I never had a problem. But my friend did. One of the times my friend was driving up, he didn't know shit. We're driving, his fucking piece of shit station wagon breaks down. And I'm like, yeah, man, you got about a 4-mile walk backwards. Do you want to walk it, or do you want to stay with the car and the girls? And he was like, well, I was like, well, you should walk it because you have to pay for the tow truck, not me. So you should be making arrangements with the tow. I'll stay with the girls. You walk it. It's only 4 miles. Take about an hour. You should be able to, you're a young man in good shape. Be able to hoof it a little better. Life was different then. Life was fucking different. People didn't have cell phones. People didn't have internet. We had to have conversations. You didn't have nudes being flung around the internet like, you know, they're going out of style. You had Polaroids, which in my opinion were a lot more classy. And you gave them back when you broke up. Most of the time. We live in a different world now. And everybody can be clipped out of context. Everybody can be clipped out of context. Everybody. Everybody has said some stupid shit, but when you clip them out of context with it, it's even worse. People are accepting of crazy things now too. Did you know, actually, Magnus, do you know what's funny about that? And I didn't know what to do with myself yesterday. I did not know what to do with myself. A phenomenon happened that has never happened before. I posted that video about septum rings. I posted the video about septum rings, and somebody posted I'm looking for it real quick. Somebody posted, your daughter has to hide who she is for you. Now, I was pretty clear in the video, pretty clear on the show yesterday. When my 24-year-old comes to visit me, she has a septum piercing. When she's in my house, she turns it upwards, so I don't see it. When we're at a meal that I'm paying for, she turns it upwards. And that's what I said in the video. My daughter, out of respect for me, I don't make her do it. I don't tell her she has to do it. Now, I kind of do, because if she comes to the door and she's got her septum piercing hanging down, until you turn it upwards, I'm not getting out of the door frame. When you do that, you can come in. If not, we can stand on the doorstep and talk, because the doorstep is public. Somebody said your daughter has to hide who she is for you. And somebody responded, no, his daughter is respectful, raised right by her parents. I didn't know what the fuck to do with that. Somebody defended me on the internet. That shit has never happened before. As I read through all of the comments, I was expecting a lot of hate for this video. I didn't get any. I didn't get any hate. Because the person had asked the question, why do conservatives hate nose rings? And my whole view is I don't think it's conservatives or liberals. I don't think you having a nose ring is a political thing. I don't think liberals are going to hate it. I don't think conservatives are going to hate it. I don't think liberals are going to like it. I don't think conservatives are going to like it. I think it boils down to people hate it for the same reason you like it. You like it. I think some people are going to hate it for the same reason you like it. It's a subjective opinion. I don't like facial piercings. I think facial piercings look tacky as fuck. I think they look terrible. Period. Dot. If you have them, that's cool. I have coloring book pages. I plan on getting more. I plan on getting a couple of more black and white tattoos with big open spaces, so when I'm sitting next to one of my grandkids and they don't have a coloring book with them, I can pull out washable markers and they can color on me. With that said, right? It's not political. And I don't know why you would ask the question, why do conservatives hate, unless you're just farming for engagement? So I made a video responding to it. I showed the video yesterday during the politics stream. The person that has all the piercings in their face saying, why would I have to take these out to get a fast food job? Because people don't want to look at it. If I have 50 applicants for a bullshit job, and then I have you, and I don't want to look at it, I will go through the 50 applicants before I ever call you. Well, that's discrimination. No, that's not discrimination. Facial piercings isn't a protected class. I don't want to look at it. I am not required to look at it. That's it. That's all it is. I guess the better question would be, why don't you understand this? Like, why is it a big surprise to you? Yeah, that's called having options, and you're option 51. Facial piercings and facial tattoos are a red flag to me. It's just something I could never do because you can't hide it when you have to be serious and have someone have a good first impression of you. Exactly. I've told my daughter has more ink than me and my wife combined. And she's 24. She has more ink than my wife and I combined. She's got 2 partial sleeves. Her legs are done. She's got one under her breasts. I don't know what that one is. I don't want to see it. That's kind of like, I don't want to see that particular tattoo because it's inappropriate for dad to see it. It's just like, I always am proud of my children and the jobs they do, but when my daughter was a stripper, it's not take dad to work day. I'll take your word for it. You'd like where I work? No, I really wouldn't, because you work there. I wouldn't like it there. I no shame that my daughter was a stripper, but at the same time, I'm not going to where you work. I'm not, like, if you were a doctor, I would like to sit up in the auditorium, and if you were a surgeon, I'd like to sit up in the gallery and watch you perform surgery at least once. If you're a stripper, I don't want to see you dance. I'm sorry, inappropriate. I'm not ashamed of you. I just can't share that with you. Does that make sense? I'm sure there's probably a dad out there who'd be like, yeah, I'd go watch my daughter strip. Be like, no, you. FBI, CIA, some more digits. But even my daughter doesn't have any tats that she can't cover up. All of her tats can be covered up. Smart kid. Yeah, this one right here, officer. Not quite sure what the issue is, but we're aware there's an issue. There's some issue going on, boss. With that said, we live in a world. You guys know the t-shirt that I wear, and the title of my podcast is True Fear Comes From Within. Why did everybody become afraid to share their opinions? Now, I'm not saying every opinion is good. There's an awful lot of bad fucking opinions out there. But when did everybody become so damn afraid to share them? Like, J.B. Pritzker. I'm going to go political here for a minute because it's part and parcel of who I am. J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, talking about how fucked up what they're trying to do in Texas is, but then he's on, I think, the night show, the late show with Steve Colbert, and he's like, yeah, our map, our district map looks like it was drawn by a kindergartner. Like, dude, you're condemning you're condemning Republicans in Texas for redrawing their district lines when the Illinois map looks fucking terrible. But what's even worse is, why did the voters allow it to fucking happen? Your local school district is dog shit. Why'd you allow that to happen? Why did you allow that to happen? Nobody wants to run for school board. Why? All the other parents, I'll be honest with a parenting decision I made. You know that I have Melly Umpkin. Middle Melly Umpkin is my middle child. We call her Melly Umpkin when we refer to her, so we don't give her name out. She is 7 years older than her baby sister. Her baby sister, Gizmo, was not supposed to happen. My wife and I'm not supposed to be streaming right now. I'm supposed to be retired. I'm supposed to be done. I'm supposed to be, you know, I'm supposed to be doing my end of life stuff. But we ended up having an oops baby. Not necessarily an oops baby, but they told us my wife was sterile. My wife couldn't conceive. So we weren't trying for a kid because we didn't think we could have a kid. And then all of a sudden, oops, here's Gizmo. Well, Melly Umpkin got into junior high, and the story I say is one night my rig used to be downstairs. This used to be her bedroom. I was coming up to bed one night, and her light's still on. It's 11:20 at night. And I go into her room, and she's crying hysterically, trying to build this mobile book report thing. And I said, hey, I'll help you get this done. When was this assigned? And she said, yesterday. And I said, there's no fucking way. I pick up the assignment sheet. I'm like, there's no way this was assigned yesterday. And she's like, Dad, this was assigned yesterday. So I helped her. We got it done. I went to the school the next day. I went in to say to the honors English teacher in 6th grade, I said, how the fuck do you expect a kid to go home that night and build a whole mobile? And she's like, well, this is just the workload that I think is appropriate for 6th grade honor students. I said, you know what? No, we're done here. I said, we're done. I drop my kid out of your class, put her in academic English with you not as her teacher. And my kid was like, thank you. I dropped my kid out of all her honors classes. Because what the fuck are 6th grade honors classes in the grand scheme of things if the kids are up till 11 o'clock at night doing homework? It's bullshit. Building mobiles isn't teaching you honors level. So when my kid got to, when Gizmo got to 6th grade, I gave her the option. I said, do you want to be in the honors track program or not? And all my kid asked me was, does it impact my ability to do running start in high school? I said, no, absolutely not. It has no impact. She says, then no, I don't want to be in the honors program. All of her friends were in the honors program. All of her friends. She had no friends on her team last year. None of her friends. Throughout the school year, all of her friends' parents were like, you're doing an awful lot of other things with Giz. I was like, what do you mean? They're like, oh, you guys are going to the zoo and you're going to plays and you're going to musicals and you guys go out to dinner and we see you guys out on walks and I said, yeah, I'm fucking living my life with my kid, right? They're like, our kid doesn't have time to do that stuff. I said, what do you mean? They said, kid has like 6 hours of homework every night. Fuck that. All those parents dropped all their kids out of the honors program. They were trying to force kids into the honors program during registration. All the parents have dropped their kids out of the honors program. Because what the fuck does 7th grade honors anything mean? So what the school tried to do with this bullshit is they said, well, if you don't take honors math in junior high, you can't be in the honors math program at the high school. Well, I have to be fucking a busybody, right? So I went up to the middle school and I asked the question, I said, did you clear that with the high school? Or are you just making that shit up? What do you mean? Well, is it district policy? Because I don't think that's district policy. I don't think what you're saying is accurate. I don't think what you're saying is right. I don't think that the high school is going to deny kids being in the honors program because the high school gets money from the state per kid they have in an honors program. I got all this bullshit song and dance. All I did was go up to the high school, ask the high school the question. The middle school is just straight lying. The middle school is just straight lying to the parents. I told the parents, I said, call the high school. Fucking 7th grade honors. Like, what is 7th grade honors math? The kids don't even have a formed mental ability to hold on, my wife is sorting out something at Verizon. If these kids are still if these kids are still developing their brains, right? If they're still developing their brains, then why are we worried about making sure that they can do honors level critical thinking when we can teach them critical thinking? Like, we can teach critical thinking without teaching math. And so most of the parents agreed with the way I did it, and they yanked their kids out of the fucking bullshit classes. Yeah, it's Common Core math now. I wouldn't understand it. I never fucking understand it anyway. Fucking bullshit Common Core math. Kids change and mature. They might not be honors material in 7th, but later on they could be, so that the limit doesn't make sense. You're right. And here's the thing, man. I will be the first person to say I had terrible fucking grades in grade school, because I was bored to shit. I do not hide the fact that I am neurodivergent. I did for a lot of years. I did because it was embarrassing. I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. Yeah, I'm neurodivergent. Move on. The school was always like, you're never paying attention. And I'm like, paying attention to what? It was like being Goodwill Hunting, man. I had like a really great, the first time I had a male teacher was in 7th grade. He pulled me to the side. He's like, you're always staring out the window. And I was like, but I have straight A's. He's like, yeah, but you have to pay attention. I said, to what? You're reading to us from the book. I read that last night. You're teaching me by reading to me what I already read. If you're going to read it to me, why do I have to read it the night before? Like, I got in trouble because he went through my workbook and I was like chapters ahead in my workbook. And he's like, how'd you get all these answers? I said, because I took the book home and I have a father that makes me do X amount of minutes of homework, whether or not I have homework. So I'm 5 chapters ahead in spelling. I'm 5 chapters ahead in religion. I'm 5 chapters ahead in social studies. I'm done with the whole damn English workbook. So they called my mom in. My mom was the head of the PTA. They called my mom in and they're like, why is he done with all this work? And my mom was like, it's English. It's 7th grade English. He's done with it. He's done with all of the work for like 5 months. Why does he have to sit there and listen to you? I got to high school and I had all fucking independent studies. I loved my high school. My high school, my freshman and sophomore year was almost all independent studies because I was fucking bored. I had like the bullshit classes I had to go to, and half the time, like fucking religion. I show up as a freshman. I'm 13 years old. And they're teaching us religion. And we go to mass. And as a freshman, I'm reading at mass because I can read in Latin. And the school, the high school I went to, they knew the pastor of my parish. And so I'm like there, and the pastor is talking to the head of the brother Hank was his name. So they have me reading for the school masses in Latin, and then they have me teaching at like the little program, because I was at 13 years old. I was already teaching the preschoolers and the kindergartners at my parish, because I was involved. I'm a good Catholic. I was involved in my parish. I was already teaching Sunday school at 13, 14 years old. What the fuck do I need to sit there and listen to you teach me the basics of Roman Catholicism? That was literally the introduction to Roman Catholicism. I don't think ADHD is neuro anything. ADHD is neurodivergent, but ADHD is, I'm not neurodivergent, I'm autistic. I have Asperger's syndrome. And I'm not a fucking shame to say it's Asperger's syndrome. I don't give a shit if we don't like Nazis. And I don't buy into this whole people with Asperger's were classified as Asperger's because it was the acceptable form of autism. It's a completely different flavor of autism, so get fucked. But ADHD is neurodivergent because you diverge from neurotypical. That's all it means. People with dyscalculia are neurodivergent. I do agree with you, though. We do spend an awful lot of time worrying about people chasing furry elephants with spears. I do agree with you. We don't need people to do that anymore. We don't need people to sit in rows nice and neat anymore. We need some people to sit in rows nice and neat because they excel at learning that way. We also need the classroom with the teacher who can handle the kid. Like, one of the things I did for one of my students, when this kid, and I know not everybody likes Howard Gardner, the kid was bodily kinesthetic. The kid was bodily kinesthetic. He loved shooting baskets. He loved fidgeting. He loved working with his hands. He could not sit still to save his fucking life. I had one of those little foam, basketballs and a little backboard set up in the back corner of the room where he sat. If he paid attention, making minimal disruption for the first 15 minutes of the class period, so I got the point across, then I would throw him the little foam ball. And man, that motherfucker would shoot like 20 or 30 baskets just to burn off the energy. There was nothing wrong with it. He wasn't disturbing anybody. He was disturbing people when he wouldn't sit down and shut up for the first 15 minutes of class. Because if you're a good teacher, you teach for 15 minutes, you give them an opportunity to demonstrate mastery for 15 minutes, and then you recap it for 15 minutes. It's 15, 15, 15. As long as you would sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up for 15 minutes, I'll let you shoot baskets. I'll let you shoot baskets. The kid loved having me as a teacher. He was a doer. Guess what? There used to be the kid's name was Abel. There was a joke. I didn't believe in everybody. This was 8th grade, by the way. Not everybody is going to get a turn to go to the office and deliver the paper. That motherfucker did all the time. That motherfucker was the office runner. And he would leave the room. And I would laugh with the other students. Not laugh at him. I would just laugh with the other students. And they'd all be like, I'd just be like, okay, now that you all have your 5-minute break from Abel, I had it arranged with the secretary in the office. Hey, take this envelope down to the secretary. If I had envelopes in the office for him to pick up. If he was getting antsy and I'd be like, hey, run to the office. There's an envelope down there for me. It was all that was in there was a fucking pencil. He didn't know that. He didn't fucking need to know that. All he needed to know is he got to run to the office. And the rest of the class got to take a deep breath and get rid of him for a few minutes. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with this shit is that we're teaching every kid to the same level. We're teaching every kid to the same level, but we're teaching every kid to the same level, and half these kids can't wash their own ass. And tell me I'm lying. Go into your average high school, and you'll be knocked out by the smell before you find the first classroom. And I'm not trying to be a jerk, and I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to be condescending, but we're not going to public now. People are dirty, they're scummy, they're scuzzy. Now, I know some of you are fans of Asmongold, and I know Asmongold isn't a fan of showering. That's fine. He stays the fuck in his house for the most part. But there's people that don't know what basic hygiene is. There's literally people that don't know what basic hygiene is. It's not that they don't practice it, they don't fucking know. I want to teach that in school. I was down in Florida. It was hot as fuck, right? We're going to go with how hot was it? It was hot as fuck. It's one thing when the people at the Disney parks start to stink at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When it's been a long, hot day of people being out in the sun, not everybody is civilized and cultured. Not everybody carries baby wipes with them or wet wipes, and not everybody carries a deodorant stick. My family does. I go into the bathroom with a pack of wet wipes. My family goes in, my wife and my daughter, everybody gives themselves a little, like, you know, towel off and then fresh deodorant for the back half of the day. But when it's 9:30 in the morning and there's like literally a green cloud over the Disney property of all the stink, man, come on. Come on. Teach some people some shit, man. Take care of yourself. Clean yourself up. The people with the bad breath? Yeah, no shit, man. Not just the people with the bad breath, but the people with the people with the green fucking teeth. Like, hey man, your teeth are fucking green. We called it a Polish bath. Do you mean the towel wipe thing, or people not bathing at all? Wet wipes is actually called the French girl bath. And there's nothing wrong with it if you're doing it in the middle of the day. If that's the only way you're cleaning, bigger problem. You're kind of bad about hygiene because you didn't understand the social importance of it as a kid. Right, somebody failed you. That's the only thing I can say. Somebody failed you. Your school did, your parents did, a lot of people failed you. And the sad part is, I said to somebody once, I shower or bathe twice a day. You might as well have said that I'm Ozzy Osbourne and I bite the heads off bats. They're like, you shower twice a day? Yeah, twice a day, every day. I shower when I get up in the morning to start my day. I shower, I brush my teeth in the shower. I go throughout my day. At some point in my day, I usually work out. I always rinse off after working out. And then when I come home at night, before I get into my bed, I shower. I like to be clean when I get into my bed. People were shocked by that. I'm like, it's not really that impressive of a thing, man. Biting the head off of a bat was crazy back in the day. Now it would be considered just normal. Yeah, man. I mean, I told you, the thing that freaked me out the most about our society was that girl who turned 18, and within 5 hours of turning 18, she'd made $1 million on OnlyFans. What I think is hilariously funny is all the people that bought her shit. She's like, it's 12:01 and I've got material ready for you. Yeah, that material was made before she was 18. So you're all, yeah, they pre-ordered. You're all fucking pedophiles. Like, look, I am never gonna hate on a girl for chasing her paper on OnlyFans. But the shit she posted had to have been taken before she was 18. You can't post it 1 minute after the hour, a bunch of material. That shit, that's how fucked our world is, man. That's how fucked our world is. Yeah, I don't want to speak out of turn on that one. But there were people that have been following her since she was 12. It's like, I'll just put it in some perspective, right? I'll put it in some perspective. When Maisie Williams decided to show her ass on Game of Thrones, when Maisie Williams, no, it's wife at Verizon fixing a problem we had. Verizon gave us a really great deal to fix everything, to get new watches and new phones. But they said that they were going to pay off my wife's Z Fold, and then they never did, and then they billed me, and now they don't know how to unfix it. Well, of course I gave them the impossible way to fix it then. Well, if you can't fix it, please give me back all of my devices by serial number, because let's just unroll the whole deal. And you pay for the restocking charges because you didn't live up to your side. And legally, they have to do that. But anyway, back to Maisie Williams. My wife will tell you, We were watching Game of Thrones together, and Maisie Williams decided to show her ass, and I looked away. And I said, hey, tell me when she's got clothes on again. And my wife, and it's not like I do that with every actress, because if they're an adult and I've always known them as an adult, I'll look at a naked actress. I'm not that good of a guy. But I'm not gonna look at a child who I watched grow during the show now be naked. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to look at that. I'm not going to judge you if you look at that. I'm going to judge you if you try to talk to me about it, right? Because again, she's 18, she's an actress, she can choose to show her ass, she can do that, she can do all that, but I'm not going to look at it because that shit makes me uncomfortable. And it's all about respect. Now, you say, I won't shit anyone for chasing money on OnlyFans. Do you mean that in the legal sense or the moral sense? Wouldn't you morally prefer that they do something else for money? No, here's why I will absolutely not give anybody any shit if they make their money on OnlyFans. And here's why. Make your paper. If our world is so fucked up that you can make more money on OnlyFans than you can with a full-time job, I am not about to tell you to take the moral high road in a morally corrupt world. I'm not going to do that. Have your pseudo relationship, because here's the thing, if you're going to be an OnlyFans model, an OnlyFans girl, and you're going to make a lot of money doing it, you're paying an awful lot of people. You're generating wealth for an awful lot of people. You're generating wealth for your photographer, for your video editor, for the person who answers all of your fans. Now, it's good for them, but it's bad for society. But who cares about a broken society? There's the discussion I want to have. I want to have that discussion. We live in a morally bankrupt, morally corrupt society, right? We live in a world where sex sells. We live in a world where people are supporting an issue that they don't even understand because an influencer told them what to do. We live in a world where our politicians don't even read all of the pages of a bill, because if they were to read all the pages of the bill, they wouldn't be able to go out and do blow off of a fucking prostitute's ass. We're living in a world where the very best of us are politicians, where 118 of the 535 congressmen have had affairs. We're living in a morally bankrupt world with people telling us that they have morals. Wouldn't part of fixing the problem be condemning the people that aren't actually moral at all levels? No, because what's moral at all levels? See, the problem is, I don't want to make people moral, because moral is subjective. What moral is and what moral isn't is very subjective. For example, and not to go religious, but we got to go religious. There's multiple sects of Judaism. There's multiple sects of Christianity. How the fuck, if you follow the history of your world religions, I understand how there could be different sects of Judaism, because after the great dispersal, some went north, some went east, some went south. However, 2,000 years ago, Yeshua started a religion, and he was pretty fucking clear with the instructions. He was pretty clear, and yet we have multiple flavors of Christianity, which means we have multiple flavors of morality. It's not about having everybody have the same morality. What it's about is, if you watch the movie Boondock Saints, and if you haven't watched the movie Boondock Saints, watch it and the sequel. They're fucking amazing. But do not rape, do not kill, do not steal, do not murder. These are tenets of every faith that every man can follow. It's not about getting into the details of morality. Doesn't having your own sense of morality automatically imply that you believe the world would be better if everyone conformed to your moral code of conduct? No, because I don't want everybody to adhere to my moral code of conduct. I want people to adhere to a moral code of conduct that is got the same baseline. For example, I want people to be charitable. But how much? 10%? 30%? 5%? 18%? I want people to be charitable. What if you don't have money? What if you don't have any disposable money, but you volunteer 8 hours a week at the food shelter? What if you have disposable time and money, but you only ever choose to be charitable with your money? See, I don't want to get into the sticky wickets of your morality versus my morality versus somebody else's morality, because all that's bullshit. I just want the world to be a little bit better of a place. I think we can all agree that children shouldn't go to bed hungry. I think we can all agree that 1 in 5 children shouldn't, or I'm sorry, it's 1 in 6. We've had some improvement. 1 in 6 children in America shouldn't be living in crippling poverty. I think we can all agree with that. Where we start to lose the story is, how do we fix it? Do we fix it with handouts? Do we fix it with food banks? I posted today, should the government have a say in what you buy with your SNAP benefits? And a person's immediate response was, we shouldn't be giving anybody money, we should be giving it all to food banks. The problem with food banks is they're run by people, so they're corrupt. Because people by default are corrupt. I'll give you for example. You are allowed by law to take 4% of somebody's Social Security disability if you're the fiduciary. If you are a person's fiduciary for their Social Security benefits, you are allowed by law to take up to 4% of their money. Does anybody want to take a wild stab to what the average money taken, what the most occurring percentage is by services that provide fiduciary services to people on Social Security disability? What the most occurring number is? Because it shouldn't be 60%. No, it's 4. It's 4. Because you said you're allowed to take up to 4. So up to 4. But they just take 4 because that's what they're allowed to take. I can tell you, being the fiduciary for people doesn't take me 4% of their income every month. Now, to give you an example, that's about $88, between $44 and $88. Yeah, you were way off. But people set up programs and they're like, we'll only take this. Also, when you help somebody get their Social Security, you can take up to 3 months of their 20% or 3 months of their back pay, or 2 months of their back pay. Well, if you can take 2 months of their back pay, 20% of their overall money, isn't that a reason why they drag their feet to make sure that they get a total of a year's worth of back pay so they can take their 2 months? What about just helping people for the sake of helping people? Right? Like, this is why I respect Asmongold as a creator. And again, it's not only Asmongold that I respect. I just don't know some of these other large creators. I don't know if they have video editors, moderators, people that they pay. I would love to be a creator with 40,000 viewers. I would love to be making $250,000 a month. I would love to be making $250,000 a month. Because then I would be paying a person a full-time salary to make videos and clips of my shows. I would be paying a person a full-time salary to do the social media. I would be paying a person a full-time salary to I would be giving them money and telling them, hey, working with Fiverr artists is a pain in the ass, so your job is to not work with the Fiverr artists. I would have tech people on board. I would love to be making that kind of money because I would generate wealth downward. And I would make sure that I wouldn't just pay those people by the month. I would make sure, like, if I was making $250,000 a month and I had 5 people earning 50 grand a year, well, 1 month pays for them for the year. Well, I would take the next 6 months worth of pay that I get and lock it into escrow accounts so that those people know that if times get tough, I have 5 years of money for them. Let's see. I really dislike how our culture has turned into this sort of thing where we want to compare our virtues and compare our suffering. I think we should acknowledge that we're doing as good no matter what. I think we should just do good works and not worry about if we get recognition at all. I don't think that we should be concerned about getting recognition for doing good works. We should just do good works. But like Mr. Beast on some levels has commercialized doing good works. But I understand why, because in order for him to have the money to do the good works, he needs to have the money to do the good works. I respect the fact that Jimmy goes out of his way to engage in trickle-down economics, because he does. He's got his Amazon show, and his Amazon show resulted in an awful lot of people getting jobs. An awful lot of people had gainful employment in support of the Mr. Beast show. Do I believe the idea that nobody's truly altruistic and that we're at least rewarding ourselves with good feelings? No, I think there's a lot of people that are altruistic. I think that some people can't handle the idea that other people are purely non-self-interested and do what they do to do good works. I don't believe that everybody does things for the dopamine hit. Because I don't think everybody gets a dopamine hit from doing charitable work. As I lost faith in humanity, I started working with animals, not people. Does the dopamine hit undermine the sincerity for those people? No. Because that would be like saying the dopamine hit undermines the physical benefits of you going for a run, going for a walk. If you've ever been an addict, if you've ever been addicted to running, the runner's high is an amazing high. It doesn't, just because you're running for the high doesn't undo all the health benefits you're getting. Just because you're doing charitable work because it makes you feel good to do it doesn't mean that the world's not a little bit better of a place because you've chosen to do charitable work. Where you would run into a problem is if you were somehow simultaneously making the world worse so that you were the sole person that could make the world better. It's like when a game developer creates the problem to sell the solution. As long as you're not creating the problem to sell the solution, there's not a big deal about you feeling good about doing the charity work that you're doing. Like teachers who feel good about being teachers. Like, yeah, you're there and you're getting a paycheck, but you still feel good about doing it. Now, for some teachers, the paycheck sucks, so they feel good about doing it, because if they didn't feel good about doing it, they probably wouldn't do it. Yeah, Buddha, Gandhi, Mother Teresa. Now, some people, in my opinion, if we're just going to throw out feelings and opinions, I am not against individuals making a shit ton of money. I am not against Bezos, Musk, Zuckerberg, Gates, Turner, Buffett making all this money. I'm not against them doing it. I'm not one of these people that say we shouldn't have billionaires because they don't even have, it's not like they took real value or real money out of a system. It's not like we're playing with a fixed finite amount of wealth. Like Tesla is not worth what people say Tesla is worth. Elon Musk isn't worth what people say he's worth. He's potentially worth that. He's potentially worth that. But realize, Elon Musk can't liquidate his holdings, because the moment he starts to liquidate his holdings, he drops his own stock prices. And then he's got to pay 15% to 25% capital gains tax. Right? With that said, him being worth $400 billion on paper, doesn't mean that other people are worth less because he's worth 400 billion. It's not a zero-sum game where everything someone takes comes from the other side. You're right. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. You can't take it with you. You're right. You can't take it with you. At the same time, it's become a stupid bullshit game where we know for a fact these people aren't worth that much money, because if they tried to liquidate, they would lose, right? They would lose the majority of it to taxes. So we make a big deal, we talk a big game, we beat our chests and we say, we shouldn't have a scenario where 20 people have the same value as 4 billion. And it's pretty well close to that. And I don't disagree. It would be nice if they did more philanthropy, more charitable works. It would be nice. If he liquidated, he would still have more money than he could ever use. Maybe. I would have to actually do the tax breakdown. I mean, when you say he could ever use, depends on what he's doing. Like, for example, I would love for Elon Musk to roll up to my door and give me $1 billion. Because the very first thing I would do with $1 billion is start a video game company and make a fucking MMORPG worthy of the industry. That's what I would do with the first $1 billion. I wouldn't tell you about it. I wouldn't crowdfund it. I wouldn't pre-sell shit for it. I would just get together a collection of hard-hitting coders in Southern Illinois where I could pay them $200,000 a year. And they would be amazing people. They would get amazing work done. That's what I would love to do. With that said, right? If you gave me another $1 billion, what I would really love to do is build towns. I would love to go to places, buy a couple of 1,000 acres of continuous land with no other bullshit people. I would own all of the land, and then I would control what businesses are allowed to move in there. I wouldn't allow Dollar Generals. I wouldn't allow Dollar Trees. Did I just get the sticker from my own stream? Yeah. So I would open up subdivisions, properly mapped. I would have a school there, properly built, and then I wouldn't allow the development of the area to exceed the services that we could provide. Like, for example, you know what pisses me off? This is what pisses me off. We're so worried about making sure that doctors stay busy that we start to send patients into small communities to get services from a rural doctor. This has happened to me. I got sent to see a doctor in a small area. Well, that doctor should be sitting around. Yeah, I'd establish private controlled communities. Because the problem with unrestricted capitalism is that people don't understand the perils of capitalism. Like my town is fucked up. We have a great little grocery store, right? We have a great little grocery store. My town allowed $2 General Markets to be built, which directly impacted the small little grocery store. Now, keep in mind, I'm 15 to 20 minutes away from the nearest Walmart. I live in a German farm town. So, a town of about 8,800 people, but we're 15, 20 minutes away from anywhere else. We have a McDonald's and a Subway in town. We have a little German restaurant. We have a pizzeria and a Pizza Hut. We're such a small town, Domino's doesn't even deliver here. Domino's is up by the airport. We have a little regional airport in the town. If you want anything other than McDonald's or the restaurants I listed, it's 20 minutes. A guy bought the little grocery store and he talked to the town and he said, I'm going to improve it. I'm going to make it better. And then they approved $2 General Markets to move in. The guy he's about $1 million into the renovation of this grocery store. He's like, what the fuck are you doing to me? And they're like, well, what do you mean? It's like, you just allowed $2 General Markets to be built. He's like, that directly takes, like, he's like, that is, like, directly the items that I make the most markup on, they also sell. But since they can buy in, oh my God, what the fuck volume, you've literally undercut me. So the guy's there at a city council meeting, and he's pissed because he's never going to recoup his $1 million. He's talking about closing the grocery store. And now everybody is whining and complaining about the tax breaks he got. And he's like, I haven't even had a chance to recoup anything because I've been putting all the money into the construction. He's like, so yeah, it's great, man. I hired contractors. I've bought materials locally. I've sourced locally. Everything I've done has benefited people locally, but I'm never going to get my money back. Well, he's going to get his money back because the $2 generals that moved into town, they can't ever be bothered to, I'm going to die. They can't ever be bothered to have workers. The workers never show up for work. So the Dollar General Markets are always closed. So now you got a guy who owns the grocery store looking for a way to cut his losses. Meanwhile, the replacements that you brought in aren't responsible enough to actually show up to work. That's how a town goes to shit. They've allowed 800 apartment units to be built. And if you guys are familiar with how apartments get taxed, an apartment doesn't get taxed the same way a single family dwelling does. Well, when they built all these apartments at a city council meeting, we said, you have to make it so that that is unincorporated, so that those kids don't have an inherent right to come to the school, but they'll have to pay to come to the school. And they said, oh no, we don't want to do that, this, that, and the other. And now they can't figure out why they can't afford to keep their school open. Well, they can't afford to keep their school open because an apartment building, 6 families live on a plot of land that the owner of the apartment building pays less property tax than one single family home. So you have, in one building's worth, you have 8 kids coming to the building where you're getting less money than you would for 3 kids, 3 or 4 kids. It's just, people are dumb. You're actually pretty amazed at how many foreign doctors we take in. It's not that we take in foreign doctors, it's that we have no choice. The reason why we have no choice is we don't have enough doctors in America. We don't have enough doctors, enough specialists to meet all of our needs. If you guys watch the video, the little short that I did on my politics channel today, what's going to shock you is we spend $1.1 trillion a year in medical care for obesity-related diseases. Either obesity-related diseases or people that we're paying for, their health care is diminished because they're obese. 1.1 trillion a year. That's a huge amount of fucking money. And that's why I said, we talk about wanting to force people that are on food stamps to not have sugary drinks and candy. I'm okay with that. We also spend 85% of all health concerns are diet related. 85%. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. But what shocks me is, are you telling me that in America we don't have enough kids that are interested in becoming doctors? It's not that they're not interested in becoming doctors, it's they can't fucking afford it. Yeah, we have enough kids for sure. Doesn't that say something to our huge population, not promoting or making these jobs more available, affordable? I'll give you a great, because anecdotal evidence is always important. My nephew wanted to become a doctor. My nephew nearly didn't get to be a doctor because my nephew suffers from this interesting condition. It's called being white. My nephew was a dumb fuck, and I don't have any problem calling him that because he understands the mistake he made. My nephew didn't go to a school with a feeder program to medical school. Because he's white, he was never going to get accepted open admission to medical school. Because all the white kids are the ones that are smart and go to the feeder schools, so they have a guaranteed seat in medical school. And now the medical schools already have all the white kids they need. And if you think I'm joking, I'm absolutely not. That's the problem with all of our advanced schools. We have quotas, and schools need to meet these quotas so they maintain federal funding. Because if they don't maintain federal funding, they can't stay open because they've turned themselves into for-profit establishments. Healthcare isn't the issue, health is the issue. Since the 50s, communicable disease rates have gone down. That's healthcare working. Lifestyle-related illnesses have gone up. That's the health issue more. Well, you're right. It's a health issue. It's also a healthcare issue. The reason why it's a healthcare issue is once the person is sick and in the system, you got to take care of them. And a lot of these people are sick and in the system, and honestly, we shouldn't be taking care of them. As I've said, if you've noticed, I'm getting slimmer. It takes not a long time to put weight on. It takes a very long time to take the weight off. I'm getting thin again. I'm getting skinnier. It takes a long time. I have no problem with the way my doctor handles me. My doctor literally handles me in a way that says, if you keep gaining weight, we are going to stop treating you for some of the things that are secondary to your obesity. I said, okay. He's like, your job is to lose weight. And in the last couple of years, I've lost a lot of weight. I've not just lost weight, I've lost body fat and put muscle mass back on. If I didn't have a doctor kicking my ass, I would sit around eating Twinkies and cookies and feeling sorry for myself. It's like I said to my wife the other day, I gotta find a purpose for my life again. And this is like, I don't mind being existential. I don't mind being like open with people, because if I'm open with you, maybe, you know, you think about your own life. I don't have a purpose in life right now. Like, my reason for living is minimal. Is politics something you would never get into? I would never get into politics. I'll never say never. I would never get into politics out of fairness for my wife and children, because when you go into politics, your whole family gets into politics. My whole family gets involved. Your whole family gets involved because they look into everything. And I don't need my daughter, right? I don't need my daughter, who's no longer a stripper, who's now a stay-at-home mom, having people bring up the fact that she was a high school dropout and was a stripper. I don't need people throwing that in her face. And you know that's exactly how American politics works. My opponent would turn that into a talking point, even though it's a completely irrelevant talking point. So I gotta find something to fill the time. Now that I'm healthy-ish. Yeah, I do a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff with things. I do support, like right now, I need to find like somebody else's endeavor to help do the logistics behind. Because that's like what I'm really good at. Helping other people get shit done. Commentary is a good fit for me. Yeah, that's why I like it. Which ticket would you be on if you was pressed to run? I would be on a third-party ticket. My views are completely incompatible with both the Democrats and the Republicans. Because I don't like being wrong half the time. To be completely honest, all of the politicians are doing right now is feeding you a bunch of bullshit. And the majority of them don't ever say anything worth hearing. For example, if you were around during the Biden years and they started talking about we're going to make community college free for everybody, I said, fuck that. Why are we worrying about making community college free for everybody? Why don't we worry about making high school worth a shit again? I don't want to pay for more people to go to college because we don't need more fucking college graduates. What we need technically trained people, right? Like, for example, we don't have enough x-ray technicians. We don't have enough radiology techs. We do not have enough radiology techs. We have more medical equipment in hospitals than we have people to operate it. And it's the techs that are the problem. Because, as stupid as this sounds, a radiologist doesn't necessarily know how to run the radiology equipment. I've seen it multiple times. I've seen it many, many, many times. I was a BMET in the Air Force. Just because a person is a doctor doesn't mean they know how to use the equipment, because that's not what they're trained to do. That's not what we want them to do. Radiologist doesn't know how to use the radiology equipment. He knows how to read and interpret the results that equipment produces. Now, are there some radiologists who know how to use the equipment? Yes, absolutely, there are some. For certain pieces of equipment, because they know when they need this looked at deeper, that looked at deeper. But the truth is, they should never need to touch the equipment. They should be able to say to the technician, I need a deeper scan on this, I need a more exposure on this. Okay, now work with me here for a second. Just work with me. I'm gonna wax poetically here. Why the fuck do we have a kid in high school reading who's gonna spend the majority of a fucking school year dissecting Shakespeare if that person isn't planning on going into English literature in college? And I mean this with every fiber of my being. I understand in the past why we studied Shakespeare. I get it. It's critical thought. It's critical analysis. It's literary analysis. I can tell you right now, I have a complete collections of William Shakespeare over on that shelf somewhere. I have his complete works. They haven't ever fucking done anything for me outside of the world of academia. It's not like, for example, von Clausewitz on war, where some of von Clausewitz's lessons from the collection of essays called On War were relevant to me being a logistician. It's not like reading The Art of War by Sun Tzu wasn't something that I recommended young lieutenants do, because some of the things he talks about is like, what's one of the big things for The Art of War that Sun Tzu talks about? Don't get ambushed. Know your terrain. Hey, holy shit, you imagine that, driving through insurgent occupied Iraq? Maybe don't go down a road that you don't know if the road is clear because it says it in the fucking book, beware of ambushes. Not trying to be a smartass, but it has some value. Shakespeare doesn't have value to non-academic people, non-literary people. It's not a thing. So why do you have a kid who isn't college bound, who knows that they want to be a radiology tech when they get out of high school? Why is that person not doing upward bound running start, head start at the community college so that we get ourselves more radiology techs? Imagine if instead of going to 4 years of high school, you did 2 years of high school, and you did 2 years of going to the community college and getting started with your radiology tech stuff. And I know some people are going to turn around and they're going to say, well, I'm not quite sure if an 18-year-old is ready to be a radiology tech. So a 20-year-old is? By default of being 20, they're ready? Because you can slow down an ambitious 18-year-old, but you can't stop a half-assed 20-year-old. And you know, you've seen it, you've been there. You've had it happen. You've gone into a place and met a dental tech who absolutely sucks. They only have a 2-year degree. They don't have a 4-year degree. Some dental techs have a 4-year degree, depending on what else they do. But to be a dental hygienist, it's a 2-year degree. I saw one of you mentioned trade schools where it's at. Every fucking American owns at least a car. We have buses. We have Amazon trucks. I have a friend. Him and his partner, not just work partner. All they do all fucking day, all day, every day, is work on those new Amazon trucks that look like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles got turned into a car, and they've got that like shell in the roll-up door. They only work on that make and model of Amazon trucks. The next garage over works on the other Amazon trucks. They do oil changes all day, every day on those vehicles, because those vehicles are getting oil changes about every 3 weeks because they're putting so many miles on them. He's like, I literally can't take a day off. My boss won't hire more people that want to become familiar with this exact thing, and I get guilt tripped when I try to take a day off. I said, dude, take the fucking day off. If your boss doesn't want to hire anybody else, take the fucking day off. What's he gonna do? Fire you? He doesn't have anybody to do the work. When did mechanic become a dirty fucking job? It's always been a dirty job, but when did mechanic become a job beneath you? Can you change your own oil? No, then you need a mechanic. Shut the fuck up. I just recently got interested in understanding and learning more about politics, and I got told that right now is a terrible time to decide to be interested in politics just due to the political nature. Would you agree that now is a bad time to become interested in politics? Now is a great time to become interested in politics. Now is a terrible era to be looking at if you want to try to understand good politics. Politics right now is fucked because you have the left and the right, and even experts don't know the difference between the left and the right anymore. What's the difference between a conservative and a liberal anymore? And what happened to moderates? Because we used to have moderates. We used to have radicals. You used to be radically conservative, but you could be moderately conservative. Anymore, these guys are just interested in calling themselves whatever they need to call themselves for you to open up your wallet. Yeah, there's no difference at the moment. It shocked people when I did this. When I did that, I had a lot of people message me and say, I didn't ever realize. I had somebody try to tell me that Republicans are liberals. Well, you can be a liberal Republican, because being a Republican only means you're in the Republican Party. It doesn't bind you by blood oath to any of these views, the Republicans are the right, the Democrats are the left. And guess what? I put 7 issues on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Did I put 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Yeah, I put 8 issues on there. I put 8 on there for a reason. What if you agree with the Republicans on 4 issues and you agree with the liberals on 4 issues? Of course, you could be a member of the Enough is Enough party, which is my party. The middle, the common sense party. You could be a member of that, right? Why don't we just talk about shit as common sense? Right? Like, a political party should not have an LGBTQ view, because there should not need to be an LGBTQ movement. I promise you, it won't be done on my first day. You appoint me king, by the end of the second week, there won't be an LGBTQ2SIAA plus movement, because there won't need to be. I want equal rights. Okay, what rights don't you have? And that's what makes me unpopular with that particular movement. Because I'm not belittling them. I'm very interested in getting them their rights so they can shut the fuck up and move on. Like, and I'm not trying to be rude, I'm not trying to be mean, I'm not trying to be crass. What fucking rights don't you have? What rights don't you have? People need to call me by my preferred pronouns. Okay, then I require that everybody call me master. Because in my state, there's actually a law that states that since I am the member of my family that resides here, my father does not reside in this state, and no older brother of mine resides in the state, it is legal requirement for women to refer to me as Master Jalan. Master, my last name, but we'll just use Jalan at the moment. If my father was still living in the state and I was the only son living in the state, then the law requires them to refer to me as Young Master. If you read or watched Sleepy Hollow, you would understand. Young Mazbeth, just Mazbeth now. It's actually a law. So, if you want everybody to call you what you want to be called, then I want the same thing, because mine's protected by rule of law. Well, that's ridiculous. Yes, I agree with you. But if we're going to make it an issue, we're going to make it an issue. Well, I don't use he, him pronouns. Okay. And? Well, I don't want to be referred to. Okay. And? You're trying to change society to bend it to you. That's not how society works. Maybe nobody has explained the way a fucking society works to you, so I will. You can, every single minute of every single day, explain to every single person you encounter that you prefer different pronouns. However, yeah, that's not equal. More than equal is what I want. Exactly. See, the problem is, I don't want to live in a world without niceties. I don't want to live in a world without respect. If you don't want to be referred to as sir or ma'am because you're not a sir and you're not a ma'am, that's fine. Then you spend your whole life explaining everywhere you go, right, that you don't use those terms of address. But you don't get to change society so that it fits your narrative. That's not how this works. And that's what we need to explain. One person of legal consenting age is allowed to marry one person of legal consenting age, provided that person is consenting. After that, please shut the fuck up and move on and get off the stage. Well, I want to have the right to, I want to have the right to change my biological shell. Do whatever you want. I want the government to pay for it. Hold up. I can't assign tax dollars to that. Because if you start getting into what people want and how they want their tax dollars spent, any guy with a pecker smaller than 4 inches wants a free pecker enhancement paid for by the American taxpayer. And tell me I'm lying. There's a bunch of small pecker motherfuckers out there that want the government to pay for the pecker enhancement. I don't want to pay for that either. There's a bunch of flat-chested women out there that want to get boob jobs courtesy of the American taxpayer. I don't want to pay for that either. Well, mine's not cosmetic. Nobody's saying it is, but we're saying it's not medically necessary. Yeah, I'd vote no on that. It's not necessary, exactly. Now, if you want to go make hundreds of thousands of dollars and make all your fucking paper boo-boo and you want to fucking get a fucking dildo implanted into the middle of your forehead so you could be a fuck unicorn, then do that. We're also not going to stop you from doing that. We're not going to fucking pay for it. Now, when we get into this fucking dicey area of children, yeah, do it, but you pay. Exactly, do it, but you pay for it. Right? We're not gonna pay for your tats either. I would love to. I would love for tats to be free. Tats are fucking expensive. Tats are fucking crazy expensive. You want some, pay for them. I don't want anybody to get in your way and tell you you can't do these things. I'll support you doing them. I won't pay for it. I won't pay for it. But we won't let people tell you you can't. And that's the middle ground, right? That's the fucking middle ground. I think we have more important shit to worry about. Kids who can't read. Kids who don't have enough money for a sandwich. Kids who their mom, like, for example, you got a mom who leaves the dad because the dad's abusive, and then the dad, to be a vindictive asshole, starts working a job for cash and constantly lying to the courts about how much he's making, and then his kid, the mom, can't afford a place to live because, you know, having shelters for people that don't have homes is such a fucking complicated problem. And then the little girl loses 4 toes on her right foot because they slept in the car overnight and she got gangrene from the frostbite. That dad should be in fucking jail. Quitting jobs to avoid fiscal responsibility. Right, exactly. That was like my brother. My brother had the opportunity to get his promotion 2 years sooner, but he didn't because he didn't want to mess up his child support payments. And I was just like, you can't be my brother. I don't know what fucking, like, I don't know what fucking DNA you got, but you got fucking DNA from way the wrong motherfucking place. It's not shared with me because you're just a dumb fuck. They take a percentage, dumb motherfucker. As you make more, you keep more because they take the same percentage. It's like when women want to be like, well, I'm claiming the kid. Stupid motherfucker. How much do your taxes claiming the kid? Do your taxes not claiming the kid? I'll do my taxes claiming the kid and not claiming the kid. So you're going to save $1,200 and I'm going to save $8,000. Okay, so we take 8 and we take your 12 from it, right? Or no, we don't do that. We take the 8 that I'm going to save by claiming the kid and we take $1,200 off of that. I give that to you. And now the $6,800 difference, we each get $3,400 more back. Yeah, I think that works better. I think that works a lot smarter than you claiming the kid every other year, even though I make a fuck ton more. Put that into college trade fund school. Yeah, it's like I taught at a I taught at a high school. Well, actually, I didn't teach at the high school. I was security at the high school. I taught at a different high school at night and their alternative program. Can I just ask a question? Why do we put so much fucking effort into kids that are degenerates by having alternative education? So much so that kids that could be going to trade school can't go to trade school. You remember when the high schools used to start your trade school program? And but we can't do that now because we got to make sure that the dumb fucks can continue to read, even though the dumb fucks, yeah, Job Corps, we got to put all the money into No Child Falls Behind. Well, where the fuck are the parents? Where the fuck are the parents? And when did parents get absolved of all their responsibilities? Like, my daughter will tell you, my daughter does not like school. Neither of my daughters like school. One daughter doesn't like school because she's got a whole crop of fucking psychological problems. The other daughter doesn't like school because her biological mom didn't make her love school when she was little. My youngest loves school. Well, she hates it because she's bored, but she loves the idea of going. There's a bunch of kids. You know by the time a kid is about 14 years old, Tommy is not college material. So why the fuck do we have to play with the game with them for 4 more years? Tommy is not college material. So why are we fucking around trying to make Tommy college eligible? Because the colleges have told us that's what we need to do. Colleges have convinced us that we need to tell our kids they need to go to college. My nephews, 2 of my nephews are computer scientists. One of them is a doctor. We can clearly tell where the academics ended up. I have a niece who's a mechanic. I have a niece that has the whole fucking stack of ACS certifications. She's certified on pretty much anything there is to be certified. She makes more money than the 2 idiots with college degrees in computer programming. Because she's a heavy mechanic who can rebuild a transmission in a single day. She's been doing that for like 12 years. Is it hard work? Yes. Is it backbreaking work? Yes. Does it pay the bills? Fuck yeah. We have this terrible view. Like, right now, can you fix a toilet? Can you rewire an outlet? I can do both of those things. I can't legally rewire the outlet because if I pull new wire on the outlet, I'm supposed to have a license and I'm supposed to have an inspection. But that's a different story. But, yeah, not up to code. My house is a standard laid out house. 4 bedrooms on the upstairs, 2 bedrooms are on one circuit, 2 bedrooms are on the other circuit. The problem is I run 2 machines in here and an air conditioner. The air conditioner's on an extension cord into another room because I have to put the air conditioner on a different circuit, because if I try to run the air conditioner on the same circuit as the 2 PCs, I overdraw the circuit and I pop it. I called an electrician and I said, how much would it cost for you to run, for you to split the circuit? $700. Called another electrician. How much would it cost to split the circuit? $675. I'm shit out of luck, man. That's what they're charging. I have to have it inspected. Guess what? It doesn't cost anywhere near that amount of money. But I'm not paying them for how hard the work is. I'm paying them for the license they have to have, the insurance they have to have, the bond they have to have, the permit they have to have, the truck they have to have. And I'm like, but all I need you to have is a circuit breaker and that's it, literally. I literally need you to take these 2 outlets and pull them to their own circuit. Nope. Because got to pay for the person. Yeah, $700 for a thumbs up. Exactly. I got to pay them for the person that answers their phones and the accountant that does their taxes. And that's just the way of life. But what do the high school do? The high school guidance counselor will tell them not to become an electrician. Just before I went on vacation, my fucking garage door spring broke. Now, is changing a garage door spring hard? Yes. If you don't do it every fucking day. Is the spring expensive? No. Do you know how many chuckle fuck motherfuckers end up in the emergency room because they don't know what they're doing? A lot. I would never fuck around with changing a garage door spring. I would never fucking do it. It's not hard to do. I've watched it done a bunch of times. It's not a complicated thing to do. But if you fuck up, you might die. The guy that does mine has a scar like right there, a scar like right there, a scar like right there. The fucking spring snapped off and smacked him in the face, knocked him off of a ladder once. He'd been doing it 15 years. Guess what? It was a bad spring. Do you know what a bad spring looks like? Because I don't know what a bad spring looks like. I call him, it's the second time my spring is broke. He's like, wasn't I out here about 6 years ago? I was like, yeah. He's like, damn, the spring shouldn't have gone bad that soon. I said, yeah, it happens. He's like, well, yeah, it does. He looked at it and he's like, you guys go in and out of your garage a lot, don't you? I said, yeah, several times a day. He's like, oh, well then, yeah, you just used up the spring. He said to me, he's like, do you want to do both springs or do you just want to do the one that's broke? I said, I want to do both springs. He's like, yeah, smart person. He's like, I always offer people to do one or both. I said, why the fuck do I want to pay for the service call and have you do one of the two springs? The other spring is probably 2,000 or 3,000 opens from being done. He's like, hey man, I always want to offer because if I don't offer, then people will say I'm taking advantage of them. We live in weird times, man. We live in weird, strange times. Hold on. This Verizon thing is becoming a pain in my ass. With that said, I wish that some of these larger creators would use their platforms to start discussions on things that matter. A lot of these creators, you know, the only thing they give a shit about is making money for themselves, which I get, because it's a dog-eat-dog world. It's a fuck the other guy over world. But it would be nice if we could start having discussions like, have you ever noticed that politicians, when they're talking to you, talk to you like you're a small child or a golden retriever? Like you're not smart enough to know that they're completely full of shit? Like, yeah, good boy. Like, I'll use one that's dicey. The Epstein files. Why are we having to have anything more than a 2-second conversation about the Epstein files? Doesn't the average person buy it and prove that they aren't really smarter than that? Well, yeah, the problem is that they're not smarter than that, because what they won't do is they won't challenge authority. Because what were you told the whole time you were growing up? Don't challenge authority, don't talk back. Probably lots of it would be redacted to protect victims. Sure, but we don't need the victim list. And here's the thing, we already know the names of some of the victims. I'm not talking about making anybody's life more complicated or making life suck for anybody. I'm literally talking about, you know, let's just put out the list of people that we know. Let's put out what we know. Let's prosecute what we know. That's it. Let's prosecute crimes. Let's prosecute crimes. If there was a crime that happened, let's fucking prosecute it. I'm gonna talk about it tomorrow during the politics show. Do I have it? I don't necessarily. Oh no, I don't have it. There was a senator, I think in Utah or Ohio, one of those states that doesn't really matter until it's relevant, who had a family member who was going to be charged with some sort of crime. And so they introduced a bill to change how a crime against a minor would be prosecuted. I think you set a really bad precedent when you know about crimes and you don't prosecute. Yeah, but our whole fucking criminal justice system is fucked up. Our whole criminal justice system is a fucking pile of shit. There's like... You can spend 3 or 4 years in pre-trial on a crime that only carries a 2-year sentence. You can spend 3 years on pre-trial for a crime that only carries a 1-year sentence. So you spend 4 years out on bail with your life impacted, and then you spend another 2 years on probation so that you don't have a conviction. Well, if you didn't get any trouble the whole time that you were on pre-trial, why don't they give you your credit for your probation as time served? Because if they do, then they don't get the probation money out of you. It's all fucked up. It's all bullshit. The society you're living in is bullshit. Yeah, fees, exactly. When I was a DV advocate, one of the things I saw all the time, guys that had no drug or alcohol related portion to their charge had to do, on their 2 years on probation, they had to do 8 alcohol and drug drops. So they had to go in, they had to pay $75 each time to go piss in a cup to prove they weren't on drugs. But there was no drug related part of their charge. It's not like they were charged with being drunk and beating the shit out of their wife. Which if they were, as I used to tell my guys that had their DV cases conjoined with drug abuse or alcohol abuse, I'd say, I don't know what you're complaining about. This is actually a really good deal for you. You're getting to do this as probation and you're getting multiple charges wiped. Stop complaining and just do the fucking class. But at the same time, you know full well, and keep your firearm rights. Yeah, you can't have, while you're in diversion, you can't have firearms. When your diversion is over, you can get your firearms back, but not necessarily your concealed carry. It's another one of those bullshit things that even though you weren't found guilty of anything, you still lose rights. It's not right. It's not right. It's not fair. It's not the way it should be. Yeah, you were charged. It's bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit. So much of our society is bullshit. It makes my head hurt. It makes my head hurt so much. Hey, I'll see you later. I think it's funny that people got so mad thinking that Biden used the justice system to try to silence his opponent, like Trump wouldn't do the exact same thing. But Biden didn't use the justice system to silence his opponent. The only thing Biden did was protect his son. I'll be right back. I absolutely believe that Trump would use the justice system to smokescreen anything he did wrong if he could find a way to do so. Hell, I think most politicians would, because that's just the level of corruption we're dealing with these days. Well, of course they would. And that's the problem. We live in a corrupt society. And if you don't believe that we live in a corrupt society, then you are lying to yourself. You are quite literally lying to yourself if you don't believe our society is dog shit fucked up. And the problem is, if you watch the movie Boondock Saints, which I really do like, it's not evil that you have to fear. It's the indifference of good men. It's when the good people of the world stop giving a shit. For example, one of the things about the Disney Corporation, Walt Disney believed that the parks needed to be clean. He believed that the parks, if you kept the parks clean, the guests would help keep the parks clean. And it's an absolutely valid theory. It's a valid social psychological theory that if you make it easy to keep the parks clean, people will help you keep your parks clean. Okay. Well, when you get a job at Disney, everybody shows up to the orientation, and they'll ask you, they'll say, who's here for custodial services? And a handful of people will raise their hand because that's all the people that have been hired as janitors that week. And then a minute later, the person will say, no, everybody here for janitorial services, raise your hand. And people will look around the room and they don't get it. And then the person will say, every hand should be in the air. Because every single person that works for Disney Corp is in janitorial services. If you work for Disney and you're seen walking past trash, not like popcorn that like you need a broom, but like if this is on the ground and you walk past it in a park or in a resort and you walk past it, doesn't matter what job level you are, you're fired. Do you get written up the first time you do it? I think it's like 2 write-ups, but it's the whole time you're there as an employee. It's not like you get like 3 or 2 a year. You're just fired. Because they say everybody is responsible for the cleanliness of the parks. Everybody is responsible for the cleanliness of the resorts. And because they do that, they make that a standard. They have a trash can every 30 feet. If you ever go to Disney, put in the back of your head to stand somewhere and look and see if there's a trash can. Now, of course, there's some places where you can't have a trash can every 30 feet, but in the parks themselves, there's a trash can just about every 30 feet. And yet there's still assholes who will treat it like Six Flags and throw food and drink cups in the fucking bushes. Because those are shit eels of society. I love the fact that if Disney sees you littering, they'll give you a Disney ticket. They'll give you a ticket. And if it happens again, they literally, when they stop you and they scan, you got your magic band, they scan your magic band. If you've already been given a Disney ticket for some bullshit and you get another one, they just invalidate your ticket. They tell you, you're done. We're kicking you out of the park. You know why that's great? Because we need that in society. Like, we need a little bit more fuck with you punishments in society. Like, for example, you're driving down the highway and you see a guy throw a McDonald's bag out of his car. I don't want that guy to get a $75 fine. Because that guy doesn't give a shit about a $75 fine. Because he doesn't give a shit about himself or you or society or anything else. He is self-interested. So you know what I want? I want that guy to have to spend 75 hours doing community service And the only type of community service that he's eligible for is cleaning up filth. That's what I want him to have to do. Because if you charge that guy $75, he ain't gonna give a fuck. He's the type of arrogant asshole who throws fucking trash out of his fucking car to begin with. He's not gonna give a fuck. But you take away, 11 days, 10 days of his life where he has to come and do community service, that shit's gonna resonate with him. And the big one is you don't ever, ever, ever allow for people to buy themselves out of their community service. Let that motherfucker be on the side of the road in an orange jumpsuit, right? Cleaning up trash. People stop doing that shit. But what we've done is what is it from Final Fantasy? Which is coming out, is its reboot on the day after my birthday, so I'll be playing the shit out of that. What is it they say? If the only penalty for a crime is a fine, then only the poor can be criminals. If all you ever do is fine people, then only the poor are criminals. The rich don't give a shit. It's like we talk about these companies that are polluting in a river, but the maximum fine the EPA can give them is a $25,000 fine. But it would take them $1 million to remediate the pollution. Well, why the fuck would they spend not $1 million, $100 million, $10 million? It would take them $10 million to fix the factory so that it doesn't pollute the river, or they can pay a $25,000 fine every day. That gives them 1,000 days of polluting. Well, if you know the fucking problem, if the punishment doesn't fix the problem, doesn't change the behavior, then we need to change the fucking punishment. People that get like a third DUI and all they have to do with that third DUI is get a governor and an interlock system. Well, why was that not the punishment for the first time? Why was that not the first punishment? And the reason why is because rich people, politicians, advocates are like, oh, but we don't want to inconvenience people too bad. Well, you mean you're engaging in activity that can cause death, but we don't want to inconvenience somebody too bad? What about the fucking dead person, huh? I think the dead person's pretty fucking inconvenienced. But such is society, man. Such is society. I'm playing the shit out of this right now. I'm glad I picked up Civ 6. Civ 6 was free before I went on vacation with all the DLCs and stuff. I haven't heard anything good or anything bad about Civ 7, but I probably won't buy it. I do have to look at Crusader Kings. In fact, I'm gonna do that real quick. I want to see if Crusader Kings is where it's at with its expansions. Hi, buddy. My little orange cat, who's he always gives up his food to all the kittens. He's in here getting some noms. So now I'm stuck. I can't really move around. If I move around, he'll stop eating. He's doing good though. He's a good boy. He adopted all of we got him. I got him as a replacement for my wife's kitten when her kitten died. So we got this guy. And then I got her another one. And then I got her another one. All right, we're looking up Crusader Kings 3 real quick. I don't know when the expansions drop. If they're dropped, It's gonna be some money. Let's see. Crusader Kings 3. Wait a minute, did I buy that? Oh, Cons of the Steppe is out. I thought I bought Chapter 4. Do I like roguelite? Not really. Not, oh, hold on, this might be why. Change account. Sorry, I'm on my creator account. I don't really like roguelite. I do like top-down isometric turn-based games, but not roguelite. Roguelike. Crusader Kings 3 is already in my library. Buy the Crusader Kings 3 bundle. Why would I? What the fuck don't I own? Can we all agree that this bullshit about having to put your birth date in all the time is getting old? Just let me fucking put my birth date on my Steam account. Why the fuck would I buy this? I already own this. I swear, sometimes they don't do smart things. I own Chapter 4, which means I own that. And I own that. Okay, so I own everything, right? Oh, okay, it's not out yet. Coronations isn't out. Crowns of the World I have. And All Under Heaven isn't out yet. Got it. Everyone born on Steam is born on January 1st anyway. Yeah, right? It's got 2D Final Fantasy 1. See, I don't like auto battle. To be 100% honest and transparent, I hate auto battle games. I can't do it. I don't see the point. I really don't. Like, what am I playing for if the game is gonna auto battle for me? It was like when I was playing Final Fantasy Tactics on stream and somebody messaged me like, oh my god, you actually do all the battles yourself? Fuck yeah. What the fuck are you get the fuck out of here. What the fuck's wrong with you? Yes, I do all of the battles myself. Let me look at... see something else. I normally don't. The focus is strategically picking equipment to put a build together. Yeah, I can see some value in that. I can see some value in builders like that because, I mean, ultimately that's what you're doing with a that's what you're doing with an MMO. So move Dreamland, yeah. What? Chat. We need an update when we see about checking the site. They're currently into what the issue is. So I'm going to talk about something a little bit spicy and dicey for a second. I'm going to pop out here to just the talk screen. I'm looking at my I'm looking at a creator program, and in the creator program, what some people are complaining about is they didn't get paid on time. And I'm gonna be a little bit of a dickhead here. First of all, the person says, I need the payment to pay my bills for the month. Okay. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but if you're a content creator and you need a payment from a creator program to pay your bills, then you're not making enough money as a content creator, as a contractor, to be doing this full time. So I'm not saying that you can't be effective, efficient. You can't make money doing this. But when you're doing this, you have to realize I'm working in August. It's August. I shouldn't be working in August to pay September's bills. And if I am, I need to go get myself a regular job. I need to get a regular job, and then I need to build my content creation stuff as a side hustle. You should be paying, by August of the year, you should be paying January's bills with August's money. If you're being successful as a contractor, you're not supposed to spend all the money you make every month. You're supposed to live a little bit like this, where in January, I make enough money for January and December. In February, I make enough for February and November. You should be working this way, right? March pays for October as well. April pays for September, right? May pays for August. June pays for July. July, August, and September pays your taxes. October, November, December pays ahead forward. It amazes me that people who've never, we talk about on my show all the time, and I'm going to get out of here and we'll talk more tomorrow. But we talk about how the big problem is people don't have financial literacy. Imagine starting a business and not knowing how to pay yourself. Imagine starting a business and not knowing best practices for where to put your money. So I'm looking at this content creator program where they're like, I need this money to pay the bills. Well, guess what? If you didn't get paid appropriately on time, they're looking into what the issue is. You're not going to get paid. Like you expect to get double dipped. It's not going to happen. With that said, I always love hanging out, playing video games. I love the fact that sometimes we dive deep into politics. Tomorrow, my show will be early. Normally, I start my show at 11 o'clock Eastern, but I'm going to go earlier because I have a CT on my jaw, my throat, and my tongue tomorrow. That should be fun. I've never had that before. I will see you guys tomorrow for some politics, and then Saturday morning for some video games.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You